You're doing the call the meeting to order of June 10th, 2024, City of Pacifica, regular council meeting. Am I vibrating?
You're echoing. Yeah, you need to fix that.
Vibrating.
I think you're echoing. I don't
Yeah.
know.
So, hope not.
Test it.
Okay, should I try that again? Sounds perfect this time. Okay, we did have a closed session. Kevin, is there a closed session report?
No reportable action.
Thank you. So now I'm going to call the meeting to order and roll call, please.
Councilmember Bowles. Here. Councilmember Big Stick.
Present.
Councilmember Beer.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Beckmeyer.
Present.
Mayor Vaterlas.
Here. And I'm going to read the land acknowledgement. The City of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone people, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone people for their enduring commitment to Mother Earth as the indigenous protectors of this land, and in accordance with their tradition, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as the caretakers of this place, as well as for all people who reside in their traditional territory. We affirm their sovereign rights as First People and wish to pay our respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone people. And now the salute to the flag by Mayor Pro Tem Beckmeyer. Now I'm supposed to ask for the closed session report, but I already did. We have a special proclamation, and I will read it. This is a proclamation of the City of Pacifica in recognition of Dave Peel's retirement 2024. Congratulations and best wishes. Whereas Dave Peel is retiring from a distinguished public service career with the Pacifica Public Works Department, serving mostly as Assistant Superintendent Plant Operation for Wastewater Division. Glasses. And whereas Dave Peel has served 20 years with the Public Works Department, beginning with his appointment as Electrical Instrumentation Technician in the Plant Operations Section in October 2005, promoted to Electrical Instrumentation Technician 2 in 2008, and thereafter to Electrical Instrumentation Technician 3 in 2014, and ultimately moving up the ranks to become Assistant Superintendent Plant Operation in September 2021. And whereas Dave Peel was certified as wastewater treatment plant operator while at the wastewater division, most recently gaining his certification as grade 4 operator in 2022. And whereas Dave Peel frequently fabricated, modified, and repaired plant and collections equipment in the performance of his duties, which included troubleshooting, basic programming, and retrofitting, in addition to the training of plant maintenance employees, and thereby illustrated his abilities as an accomplished welder. And whereas Dave Peel was instrumental in completing many key plant projects during his time at the Calera Creek Water Recycling Plant, including achievements such as completing, retrofitting, testing, and commissioning the plant's 2 centrifuges, retrofitting and standardizing soft starts and variable frequency drives, retrofitting all control valve actuators for the 4 plant digesters, performing major structural welding in each of the plant's 5 1.3 million gallon sequencing batch reactors, and working with and assisting engineers with programmable logic controls, PLC upgrades. And whereas Dave Peel received the California Water Environment Association's Electrical Instrumentation Person of the Year Award 2021, which recognizes an individual's significant contributions to the field, and whereas Dave Peel's amiable disposition built strong interpersonal connections and fostered a sense of camaraderie. His legacy will lie not only in his contributions and accomplishments, but also in the lasting relationships he cultivated within the team. Now, therefore, I, Sue Vaterlos, on behalf of the City Council of the City of Pacifica and all its citizens, do hereby extend our grateful thanks and appreciation to Dave Peel for 20 years of dedicated and distinguished service to the City of Pacifica, and wish him all the best in future endeavors. Done this 10th day of June 2024. And if you'd all like to come up. First, comments from council.
I'll start. Thank you very much for your service. Thanks for keeping our plant operating. Thanks for fabricating parts. I'm sure that was exciting and challenging. And we're going to miss your expertise. So thank you, and I'm wishing you well in your future.
I will piggyback on that. You know, the resolution was so beautiful, and I didn't understand hardly any of it because I don't know your job that well, and so I apologize for that. But I do know that our city couldn't run without it, and our city can't run without employees like you. And so thank you for giving so many years and service to the city, and thank you so much. We're going to miss you.
I can go. I was just thinking, you probably came soon after the new plant was put in operation, right? I think that's just been like 5 years, yeah. And it was such an amazing piece of technology at the time, but even still now, not too many sewage treatment plants use UV and allow the wastewater to flow into a sensitive habitat. So I'm sure there's lots to learn and lots of important things to keep moving that like you say, you had to make parts because there just aren't a lot of things out there for these kind of new visionary systems. So I don't know what we would have done without you these last 20 years. Just really appreciate your service, and hope you have a good rest away from any sewer smells.
You know you're doing an amazing job in your field of work when nobody in the community has any idea who you are, and that's the ironic shame of it. But I know blessed well that the folks who get to work with you, who have had the opportunity to work with you, know exactly who you are. And I am grateful that, even just for a brief moment, we get to very publicly say thank you for over 2 decades serving this community. Thank you.
And thank you for making it difficult for me to read today. Electrical instrumentation technician. So I think at the end of like 15 of them, I got it right. But thank you so much for, when you read these things and you see all the things that you've done over 20 years, it's pretty amazing. So I think, Louis, you're going to have a lot to learn here. Thanks. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. Louis Sun, Deputy Director of Public Works Wastewater. We have a special service award for Dave today, but before that, I'd like to say a few words for Dave as well. This is a bittersweet moment for me. It's bittersweet because I'm so sad that I'm losing Dave, and as you can see, he's so valuable to us, and his contribution is so great. But at the same time, I'm so happy for him. He is actually retiring the same time with his wife. I believe they're retiring just days apart, and they get to spend the next chapter in their life together. So that's a great thing. It's a beautiful thing, and I'm very happy for him. One thing I know is not mentioned in the proclamation I want to share is, to me personally, Dave has been a friend, and his greatest contribution to the city is his leadership. And I want to share with you that in the last few years now, Dave has been training our operations staff, our new ones, operators and mechanical staff, maintenance staff. And he leads by example, and not just teaching them technical knowledge, but also sharing with them about hard work and dedication and public service. And these are all great things that Dave have passed that on to our staff. And I can assure you that our new staff today, we're in good hands because of Dave, and he trained them well. And we have a great group, and they're going to pick up the mantle where he left off, and we're going to continue to see great things from our treatment plant. And with that, I'm going to wish Dave the best, him and his wife. Wish him the very best, and know that he's going to enjoy his retirement. And I still have his phone on speed dial, and I'll be calling him whenever we have a storm. So Dave, I'm sorry, but just keep your phone on, and I'll be calling you soon. With that, our Public Works Director, Lisa Peterson, would like to present the service award. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. Yes, Lisa Peterson, Public Works Director. Good evening, council members. We are absolutely eternally grateful to Dave. I don't know what we're going to do without him, actually. And he has just been an amazing mentor. We're going to miss him so much. And we have our HR manager here tonight. We're presenting Dave with a 20-year service award. And just so grateful to him. And if we can all give him a hand of applause.
Wait till he talks.
I appreciate all your support for the plant. You guys have really been great. You've brought food over, and you've paid attention to what we were doing, and you've always supported us. So thank you very much for that. It means something to us because, like you say, we're pretty invisible, and so when you guys come over and you say hi or you just show up and take a tour or whatever, it means something. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Picture. Okay, moving on to the consent calendar, items 1 through 13. Are there any council members who wish to pull any items from consent? No?
Madam Mayor, I have no interest in pulling an item, but I do have comments on a couple of items after public comment.
Okay. So are there any public comments on any items that are on the consent calendar? Seeing none, are there any people on the phone? Okay. Tiger?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So first of all, item number 2, the minutes, and I think I read from questions that others might have comments on the minutes also. There were just a couple brief tweaks that I noticed. On packet page 48, it would be the last full paragraph on that page where it begins, Councilmember Big Stick referred to. The second line where it says where he voted no on a property off of Montecito. And I know that the transcript reflects my comment accurately, but what I had meant to say was Paloma. And so if it's okay with y'all, I'd like to change Montecito to Paloma to accurately reflect the name that I couldn't remember in that moment. And then the other one was on packet page 61. And that's, I guess, the third to last paragraph where it says, Councilmember Big Stick did not mind them flushing. Flushing should actually be fleshing, F-L-E-S-H. So just a matter of turning that U into an E to get the meaning of that sentence correct. And so when the motion's made, if it could be made with at least those 2 changes, I would appreciate it. And then I have one comment on number 4, or a question rather, but are there any other?
I have a couple of minute corrections too.
So why don't we do that now?
Yeah, thank you. So on packet page 22, in the middle, Councilmember Broll stated statistician Jahung Cho, and I just wanted to spell his name for the record because he did a lot of work for us, and in case we need to get a hold of him again. So it's, I spelled it out for you in my comments, but it's Jiheng as his first name, and then Cho, Qiu. And then on packet page 55, I hope it's 55, because now I don't have that actually highlighted. Let me scroll. So anyway, there was a reference. I had made a reference to a 4 or 5-story building, and it was noted as 50, and I'm going to need to scroll and find that again because I don't have the right packet page written down.
Okay. You want to wait? You want
No,
me to-
go ahead, and I'll come back to it.
Okay,
Packet page 57.
Is that 50? Oh, you found it for me. Thank you, Mary.
Little second.
Yep, thank you. Packet.
4 or 50. 4 or 5.
We don't want
Potato,
50-story
potato.
buildings. I'm not ready for that yet.
Yeah.
makes a difference. 4 or 5 versus 50.
Eat your heart out, Salesforce Tower.
So, Tiger?
Yeah, so then going then to packet page 76, item number 4. I just had a question for staff. Because I'm excited, if I'm reading this right, it looks like the Anza pump station is about to be complete. I'm sure there will be at least one more update on consent, but I just wanted to make sure, because it says there are still punch list items to be completed going into June 2024. Does that mean we'll be done by the end of the month?
Yeah, Director Peterson can speak to that.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. So we are getting very, 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 very close. So we continue to have some issues with some of the electronic panel components, but we're getting very close, and they've been troubleshooting them. It just takes a while to sort of straighten those things out. But that, we do believe that we're going to be done here fairly quickly, so probably next couple months.
Okay. I won't quote you, but pretty soon we should see completion.
Yes,
That's very exciting to me.
me too.
Very good, thank you. With that, I'm willing to make a motion if no one, okay. So I move passage of the consent calendar with the adjustments to item number 2 made by myself and Councilmember Bowles.
Is there a second?
Second.
Please vote.
And for the consent calendar with item number 2 as amended, motion by Councilmember Big Stick, seconded by Councilmember Bowles, passes unanimously.
Okay, moving on to public comment. Are there any public comments on items not on the agenda? Okay, you can come up, but then after, please fill out a yellow card in the back.
Oh, they did already.
Wait. Oh, sorry, yes. Marilyn Peters.
Madam Mayor, City Council, my name's Marilyn Peters, and I'm a resident of Alamar. I recently called Public Works to report a large limb that had fallen in the creek. I received a written response from the Deputy Director of Public Works stating that according to state law, owners abutting Calera Creek are responsible for the maintenance of these areas. What exactly does that mean? I gave some thought to how much time Public Works actually spends doing maintenance work in Valamar, and I've observed the following. When requested, they come in once a year to cut the weeds around Calera Creek prior to July 4th, which I'm gathering that's not going to happen. They pick up creek debris when volunteers have worked cleaning the creek. The largest cleanup is usually on Earth Day, although there are some residents that do a lot of work in the creek and have asked to have it picked up. Tree maintenance has been a financial problem from day one. My question is, do you expect residents to take on that responsibility? Public Works is no longer cutting and disposing of large limbs that fall in the creek. Maintenance of pipes that drain water into Calera Creek should be done occasionally. This obviously is not done often. The pipe behind my house was completely rotted and caused a sizable amount of erosion that could have affected Berendos. They pick up furniture that's been dumped in the creek, and this is very rare. Then there's the preparation of the area before winter, which doesn't always occur before the rains come. And lastly, although not creek-related, we can't seem to get our potholes filled. So in a 12-month period, it doesn't appear that Valamar is putting a strain on city services. And my question is, did council approve this? And why was there no input? Why weren't residents notified how they'd be impacted? It seems to me the letter implies that residents are responsible for all the items related to Calera Creek Park with the exception of filling potholes. Thank you. I'd like a comment.
We actually don't comment back on public comment.
Okay.
But we can, if you leave your information, we can.
I'll leave you what I have here, and I also have copies of the letter for each council.
Okay, and thank you. Okay. Are there any other people wishing to speak on items not on the agenda? I see none in the audience.
There are 4 raised hands. The first is for Margot Myman.
Okay, go ahead, Margot.
Hi there. Good evening, Mayor Vaterlas and other city council members. This is Margot Myman calling in to briefly discuss the City of Pacifica's all-electric reach codes in light of the Berkeley decision last year. I want you to know that community members, including members of the Pacifica Climate Committee, have their eyes on this issue. We're following it closely. As I'm sure you know, the City of Berkeley's all-electric ordinance for new construction was struck down by the 9th District Court of Appeals after the city was sued by the California Restaurant Association. Unlike Pacifica, Berkeley's all-electric requirement did not allow for any exceptions, which is why the Restaurant Association sued. In contrast, Pacifica's REACH code, as adopted by this council 2 years ago, thank you very much, does allow for certain exceptions, such as if a new restaurant has a menu that requires cooking over a gas flame. Since Berkeley's ban on new gas infrastructure was struck down last year, jurisdictions across California are now trying to figure out how to proceed. And a few options are rising to the top as possibilities, and I'll just mention them super briefly. One option is to establish an energy performance standard for new buildings that can be designed to heavily favor all electric, but it would not outright ban gas. A second option is to establish an air quality standard that sets a firm limit for a specific type of air quality emission, such as nitrogen oxide. So it could be a zero NOx standard. Gas appliances simply wouldn't be able to meet this standard. My understanding is that Menlo Park intends to implement a dual approach by enacting both types of standards. A third approach is kind of a wait and see approach. A city could keep their ordinance in place.
1 minute more. 1 minute, sorry.
Yeah, a city could keep their ordinance in place but choose not to enforce it if it is challenged. So the ordinance continues functioning as intended unless it is challenged, which may never happen. So the key here is that the city of Pacifica is in good company with its all-electric REACH code, and instead of rescinding it or repealing it or suspending it, the city of Pacifica should explore options for strengthening it. And to help with this effort, the Pacifica Climate Committee is going to be sending more information to council members and staff about this issue in the coming weeks. So thank you for listening, and thank you for all of your work.
Thank you, Margot.
The next raised hand is for Samuel Wiseman.
Go ahead, Samuel.
Yes, good evening, City Council. I'm also here to speak on the potential gas ban, and I would like to speak in favor of the potential gas ban. I myself, Samuel Weissman, as a Jewish person, as you know, that we don't do any work on the Shabbats, right? So from Friday at sundown to Saturday at sundown, no work, no fire, no electricity. Now, if we were to implement this gas ban, that would be very, very helpful for my religious restrictions, simply because I am not able to participate in any sort of culinary tradition that involves starting a fire, that involves sparking a spark, because it's the same thing in Judaism, all right? So I'm a big fan of induction stove cooktops because there is no sparks, there's no potential for fire, nothing like that. And with my grandparents, all 4 of them having perished in the Holocaust, you know that I'm very, very, very averse to gas use in general. So I think that we here in California should do everything we can to ban natural gas in homes, in restaurants, used as heating. All of it should be stopped because it destroys the customs of my faith. And we are the chosen people, as it is said in our book and in your book as Christians. Unless you're atheists, then you guys, you know, you're godless heathens. We don't care about you anyway. But very, very big supporter of banning natural gas. Look at all the carbon cuts we could be making. We could cut those carbon emissions like we cut off the foreskins, 20%, 1 year. Easy, simple as. So no natural gas, no Zyklon B. Let's get it done. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next raised hand is for Taylor Ann Vaughan.
Go ahead, Taylor.
Hi, my name is Taylor Ann Bond. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
That is fantastic. I was hoping to bring some attention to you guys. I've actually looked at every single community in our state, every township, city, county. Not one of them is recognizing the fact that June is Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. And I find this to be very scary. While I was looking at these counties and cities to see if any of them recognize this, I found that all of them recognize Pride Month. And oftentimes in the proclamations for Pride Month, they will note the fact that flying that flag can help people, especially with suicidal ideations, who do have those predilections. And then that potentially flying this flag could prevent suicides. And I find this crazy that in the same month that is Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, where 68% of suicides in the U.S. currently committed are white straight males, that we are catering to such a small minority. I think that what we're really doing is ignoring the majority of people who need our help and our thoughts at the moment. I find this very scary. Time and time again, we see that white men in particular have been shut down. They're no longer given a place to speak. If they have the audacity to be proud, they're either racist or homophobic. If they have any sort of pride within themselves, they are wrong. And if they have the audacity to say that they're not mentally doing okay, they're weak. I mean, they're put in a position, I mean, they're cocked right into that corner. And there is not one community within our state that is willing to recognize this month.
One more minute.
I find that thank you so much. I find that disgusting. The amount of suicides we have in our state is appalling. And to know the majority of them is white straight males, I think we could do our part and recognize them and the struggle they're currently going through. Thank you so much for letting me speak today.
Thank you.
The last raised hand is for Will Amshed.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. My name is Will Lampshade. Am I coming through all right?
Yes, you are.
Okay, great. My comments are in regards to the Pride Month. I just want to say that there's nothing to be proud of with, one guy playing with another guy's butthole. It's disgusting.
Excuse
and
me.
Degenerate. What?
Excuse me.
Fuck you, Nick.
Sorry, all speech must be, sorry.
We need to gavel him down.
Okay.
And let him know to not say those kinds of comments anymore. And then if he persists, then we can turn him over.
Okay, you're not allowed to speak in that regard in a council meeting. He's still on the line. If you say one more derogatory thing, then you will be shut off.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, since you guys have chosen to promote the Pride Month, then I have the right to say that I disagree with it, and I don't think that that's in our best interest to promote that stuff for the children. The children should be given healthy and wholesome lifestyles to choose from, and that is definitely not one of them. And that's that's just my opinion, but I'm free to have that opinion here in America because we haven't gone full communism quite yet. But so besides the fact that I don't think that there's anything for them to be proud of, unless you can be proud of being the newest AIDS recipient or something. Again, I don't find pride in that. But what I do find pride in is my race that conquered North America, Europe, Australia. And I believe that that's a much more powerful thing for the children to latch onto is their ancestry, the accomplishments of their ancestors, what their people, what the race of the European has done for this earth. You guys want to celebrate Juneteenth? What's your favorite black invention? I'll wait. Right. So they've given nothing to us, but we're going to celebrate them. We have to cater to them because the TV says so. The TV says that they were mistreated, and the TV also says that the Jewish people were mistreated, but more Europeans died during World War II than anybody, or in that period, in the 20th century. There was like 60 million plus Europeans that got killed fighting these wars for the bankers. So I would say if we're going to recognize things this month, let's recognize that the Holocaust never happened, even though it should have. Let's recognize that Adolf Hitler was too nice.
Okay, can you just continue? Thank you. Okay.
There are no other raised hands.
Thank you. Seeing no hands and no one else in the audience wanting to speak, we'll return it to council for council communications. Who wants to start?
I'll go.
Okay.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. I was thinking the other night that I'd like to try and think often, even though this is the time that we are supposed to speak specifically to each other, oftentimes we speak more toward the audience. So I'm going to try and gear it toward that and just as an experiment, see how it happens. And certainly, you know, usually I bring up Israel, where you have a terrorist group fighting a would-be dictator. And so I'm proud of the resolution we passed a couple weeks back. And then you have Ukraine, who has, again, a bully, a dictator. And I was listening to 60 Minutes on the way to my study session last night about Iranians putting hits on Americans. And I was listening to this one woman speaking about how, you know, she ran away from Iran because there was a hit out on her, and now she's being targeted in this country, and how she's grateful to be in a country in which she can speak ill of this government and not have to worry about this government putting a hit out on her. And as I've been thinking about, folks who are politically engaged who make comments about revenge, it strikes me as an opportunity to contemplate how grateful we ought to be that we can criticize our government as we see fit. And as I'm looking at these other dictators around the world, I'm hoping that we can continue to enjoy that freedom. I also wanted to highlight that Joey, who's at the camera over there, and Asherea, who's going to be at the camera shortly and right now is in the booth, have been filming us and working with us for the last, I believe, 6 months. I want to thank them very much for being here, volunteering with PCT, hopefully learning a little bit, and y'all are going to be missed. I attended Mark Berman's Affordable Housing Town Hall, so it was a great forum for a variety of folks to talk about how to get affordable housing going, and if I happen by the recording, which I know is available or will be available, I'll pass it along. You know how our emails can be inundated at any given point. And then I attended a meeting with Mary with representatives from GGNRA as they're working toward getting a proper parking lot put in around Maury Point. We're trying to figure out whether or not it's prudent to get a special presentation going, but one way or the other, I'm sure there will be public outreach to get community input on that. Then, of course, we enjoyed Pride on the 1st. Since 4 out of 5 of us were there, I'm talking to Christine at this point, you missed a heck of a celebration. Mary was kind enough to find me a flag that I could raise up high on that big staff of mine, which was held by the mayor as we drove around. I put a little American flag right on top, and it all worked out splendidly. So thank you, Mary, for arranging that. And thank you for the other 3 riding around as we celebrated love and diversity and that which is needed to heal from a great deal of time that folks have been abused when they should not have had to have been. One of the commenters mentioned, you know, other mental health needs, no doubt stemming from abuses that should not have been. And then in the evening, I had occasion to attend a concert with City Clerk. I won't go into who the staff member was who was playing that night, the drums. They can speak for themselves as they like, but it was great to have a moment with staff and really appreciated good music going on there. I also attended earlier that day what's called Sibling Cities. Our colleague in Palo Alto, Vicki Vinker, has put together, it's kind of predicated on sister cities, which of course, now I forget which president implemented this many moons ago. And we have our own relationship with our sister city in Bulgaria, Catalonia, Spain. But this has to do with finding a city in another part of the country with views that may or may not be different to start dialogue. And in this period of time in which often what is missing countrywide is dialogue okay, you have a different view, but how can we discuss it in such a fashion that it's respectful and maybe come to understanding about, even if I don't agree with you, maybe you have very good reasons to have a position that I don't agree with, but we can discuss why that is and why that makes sense from how you're looking at the world. And it doesn't necessarily mean we adopt a city that's diametrically opposed to our view, but that we partner with the city and have those discussions. So I'm going to ask City Manager that you please take a survey of the other council members, because what I'd like to do is invite Vicki Vinker here to talk about the sibling city program in hopes of, if there's council interest, maybe signing up and finding a sibling city in the country and starting that dialogue. So City Manager, if you could survey the other council members and give me the go-ahead to invite her, or we could work together, I can work with the mayor to seek that invitation or not, that would be charming. Watch the Planning Commission meeting, and what was made clear was when we talk about the capital improvement program, we'll be discussing, I think for a moment, a small section by the Taco Bell of what will be the coastal trail that's not quite ADA compliant, so just giving you forewarning, that's coming up for discussion. Got to attend the funeral for our colleague in Half Moon Bay, Joaquin Jimenez's son. It was beautiful. It was also amazing to see the entire community come out. What do I mean by entire community? I mean, there were at least 2,000 people there. The church was filled. There were 1,000 people outside the church. It was overwhelmingly beautiful. There was an overwhelming love. Our colleagues Gina Pappin came out of Millbrae, Pranita Venkatesh of Foster City, Ray Mueller, our county supervisor, and Emily Beach of Burlingame. I'm not sure who else I'm forgetting who was there, but it was great to see colleagues in this community just come together in this lovely way. I had occasion to spend time with Mayor Pro Tem in an unusual way this past weekend. And outside of Pacifica, we were in the same city, in the same state at the same time to see the same concert. And we got to hang out as friends, colleagues, check in a different form, and deepen in that respect, which was also a very good use to, I think, our city at the end of the day. There was a Peninsula Division Board meeting this morning. We talked shop. And then later in the day, I hosted Sam Licardo outside our front door here, which now I've met with Evan Lowe and Sam Licardo. I've agreed to endorse neither of them, and I have been so happy to meet both of them. And later I'll think about those kind of political things, but I wanted it known that they have both visited. I've met with them both, and they're both charming human beings in their own rights. So that's my report.
I'll go ahead. First of all, I want to thank Taylor for calling and mentioning men's mental health. I know as part of the Mayor's Mental Health Initiative, we did kind of do a blanket coverage of mental health for all, and so I'm really interested in how we can put a little more, shine a little more light on men's mental health. So I appreciate that very much, so thank you for calling in. Tiger mentioned our meeting with the GGNRA. It's exciting to see the possibilities that will be coming forth for Maury Point, and I just want to thank our Open Space and Park Advisory Council for listening to the community. So when the community came to OSPAC, super upset about what was going on in Fairway Park, they actually listened to them and were able to bring agencies together to have these conversations. So I was really happy about that. Government moves slowly, but this actually hasn't moved slowly. And so a couple years is pretty good to get from the discussion to an actual presentation of a plan. So that's very exciting. I've spent a lot of time on the Pride planning events for here and San Mateo, County of San Mateo, which was on Saturday, and then Half Moon Bays, which was on Sunday. And so I want to thank everyone on the Pride planning group. We did a great job on June 1st. San Mateo's festival was really wonderful. One thing that I did notice about what they did in San Mateo is they had the mats for ADA, the big mats that we always talk about putting on the beach. So, and they had them all along the grass in between the tables, so people were able to, it was ADA accessible for everyone on that grass. And so I was checking out those mats, because we are definitely talking about that as far as our age-friendly community projects go. I think that's going to be on our action plan, is looking at the mats for the beach. And so I think we might have a little in on how to get them and how much they cost. So we'll be talking to Dana a little bit about that. Having mentioned the age-friendly community coalition, so we had our meeting about our action plan last week. We've got the 4th draft coming through, so I want to thank Roy Ernst and Cindy Abbott. I want to thank Scott from PB&R for coming out and being a part of the planning when our, thank you for the letter from the mayor. Appreciate that too. When we have our action plan put together, it'll be great to bring it forth and let you all see it and hear about it and participate in it. So we're very excited about that. We've done, we had the little pandemic that kind of got in the way. Yeah. But it's moving forward so wonderfully. So thank you again to Roy Ernst. Yes, and our dear friend Joaquin, the mayor of Half Moon Bay, I spent 2 days down there honoring him and his family and his son. And as Tiger said, it was one of the most beautiful things I think I've ever seen. And to watch them come out of the church and see the large amount of people in front of the church, and they were all so surprised. Yeah, it was really beautiful. And we love Joaquin, and so it was nice to see us out there supporting him. I want to thank the Fog Fest group, who's working so hard to make sure that our Fog Fest happens. I know they're meeting and doing all kinds of work that a lot of us don't know about, so I just wanted to put a big shout out there for all of you who are participating in that. We really appreciate it, and we look forward to this year's Fog Fest. And then I want to mention Pacificans Care is having their fundraiser, the Double Gold Day. It's a wine tasting fundraiser on Sunday, June 23rd from 2 to 4 p.m. at the Pedro Point Firehouse. So come on out and taste really good wine and support Pacificans Care, because Pacificans Care supports us. That's it.
I can go. First, I want to say I did miss Pride. I was very sad to miss Pride. I had my San Mateo County leadership training final presentations and graduation that whole day, and but I wore my colorful rainbow jacket in commemoration. And I just want to say that this council completely supports our LGBTQIA community, and we are united against hate and in love against all peoples and for all peoples. And that includes our Black community too. And by the way, they invented 3 light traffic signals, refrigerated tracks, automatic elevator doors, color monitors for desktop monitors. Do a little research. We need our vibrant
And peanut
community.
butter.
And peanut butter.
Peanut butter.
Oh my God. I didn't
That's
know
my
that.
favorite, is peanut butter.
We are better when we are diverse in our communities, period. I want to thank, I think I see Stephanie back there, and Christian Murdoch and Brianne. We had a good meeting about the PRC space and kind of understanding about a potential building with affordable housing for them, and knowing the constraints kind of here in Sharp Park too, and maybe steps we need to do along the way as a city. So more to come on that later. Met with the Pacifica Climate Committee. As you heard from Margot Myman, we did discuss the Berkeley decision and some of the research that's being done that will be sent to staff later. And then planning the next event, which is the nuts and bolts of building electrification. So they had a preliminary event with kind of the same topic, but this is really kind of hands-on. How do you do it? How do you get the money? Having contractors there and people who've actually done it to change their water heaters to heat pumps, change their heaters to heat pumps, change their stoves to induction. So you can really talk to someone who's done it and understand, the steps involved. So that's July 5th, 7 to 8:30 at the Sharp Park Library. The other part of the Leadership Council event on Friday was our last session. I mentioned that the last time it was our legislative day where we had State Senator Wiener and our federal, not our federal representative, but we count him as ours too, Kevin Mullen, speak. And what they were really talking about was the importance of relationships in terms of being able to do the political work. And I think we all know how effective Scott Wiener has been. Not that we're always in favor of all the legislation that he puts forward, but he doesn't take any vote for granted. He goes to meet with every single person, whether he thinks they're on his side or not, before a vote comes up, and spends time with the committees and so forth. And he and Kevin Mullen have a really strong relationship. And Kevin Mullen, I'm so excited, because of all the divisions on the at the national level politically. One of the things he's starting up is actually a California caucus, so that maybe we can talk to our local Republicans here in the state about issues that can benefit all of us, right, and not be quite so polarized. So wherever we can find those ways to communicate in a little common ground can be so helpful and maybe a little hopeful for moving our country forward. So that was really, really a great event. And then I too attended the Planning Commission meeting, really focused on the Manor Bike Ped Plan, and really excited about those improvements to our community on the north end of town. And then I had my airport roundtable meeting. Thank goodness they allow, if you're doing caregiving, I'm dealing with some issues with my elderly mother right now. They allow you to have 2 meetings where you can be on Zoom and still participate as a full voting member. So we learned about supersonics. There's new aircraft. While they had kind of died some years back with the Concorde and so forth, NASA is doing research now. They have a new vehicle, and they'll be conducting some tests. And one of the interesting things I never heard about the sonic boom. I don't know if any of you have ever actually heard it. It's not like a one-time event, like when they reach that speed. It's like a continual event as the plane moves across different places, right? So one person will only hear it once, but it continues throughout their whole flight. I had no idea. So it's fun, some of the things that you learn on these committees. And then we talked about the year's work plan. And then I also, not sure if I've said this before, I volunteered to be on their strategic plan committee, which will be setting up goals for the next 5 years, and I'm hoping we can bring a little more focus on takeoffs instead of landings. That's all.
Yes. And then you.
I forgot to mention, I did see Director DeJarnette out in the audience out there from North Coast County Water, so thank you for attending the meeting tonight. I see you behind there. And I did want to mention that I'm super sad that I'm not going to be able to be at Jack Burgett's Memorial. And yeah, I'm very sad that I can't be there, so I'll be sending my love to the family. And then Pacifica Resource Center still needs food. So please, there's been changes in Second Harvest. They're like final changes, and they're not going to be bringing as much food. So please donate rice and beans, peanut butter, canned meats, anything that you can think of. They really need it. Thanks.
Thank you. My report is brief. I had a wonderful day at Pride. Thank you for driving and inviting me to ride in the car parade. I thought it went very, very well. The amount of effort and energy that went into planning was very evident. It was a very proud day for us in had a great opportunity to spend some time with Katie Brookshire that day, and it was just a good day. I did attend on Zoom the OPC meeting, Ocean Protection Council meeting on June 4th, Tuesday. I wanted to hear the discussion about the sea level rise guidance, and they did approve it unanimously. There was quite a bit of public comment. And it was very interesting to hear sort of two sides of the same issue around the use of the high scenario for planning. We had public comment from someone in Pacifica who was questioning the wisdom of taking that high scenario, which was formerly known as H++, off of the planning horizon. And the idea being we're looking at probabilities, and that's what seems to be what the adjustment is in the way the numbers are being looked at. And so it was universally agreed by the scientists that were consulted that that was a reasonable thing, that the data haven't borne out the expectation of H++ happening anytime before 2150 or later. And therefore, it wasn't a reasonable factor for policy planning decisions. And I think that is what that kind of the aha moment for me then came a little later in the public comment when a staff member from Santa Barbara spoke. She's in resiliency planning for the city of Santa Barbara. And she said that, for one thing, that I was a little jealous, they have 2 full-time positions solely devoted to planning for climate change. And one of the things that she spoke of was the use of the high scenario is challenging because it makes it more difficult to make progress and to get the public trust and public support when their evidence, it's like a planning horizon and what is evident and what the data are telling us now and in the very, next few decades, it's hard to see and generate the support for these very, very high dire impacts. And so it made me realize, I think that some of what gets confusing or can be confusing is the idea that people say it's going to come, we're going to have sea rise, we should be planning around it right now. And balancing the cost of doing that level of planning when the impacts aren't going to be felt for decades to come. So it's this planning dynamic that I've been sort of knowing, but hearing those 2 different public speakers at that moment, it made me realize, oh, I think that's something that we need to work on clarifying. And why it may look sometimes like the council is, not recognizing the dire future. We have to balance things as policymakers. And so I think that I just wanted to put that out to have people understand the issue for the planning for policy versus looking forward to the year 2100. And yes, the idea of planning for as safe a future as we can predict based on the data that we have right now. And so that was my big takeaway there. I had a meeting. I was not able to attend the memorial for Joaquin's son, and thank you so much for being there. I really do appreciate that. There was nothing strong in my takeaway from the pre-hospital JPA meeting, but I do think that, the issue that they're sorting out, it doesn't, it's almost like LAFCO when you have LAFCO issues in communities that don't exactly pertain to us. This one that is being sorted out is there are, I think, 2 employees of the JPA, and they were formerly offered and had been receiving CalPERS retirement benefit planning and savings through an MOU and an agreement with one of the cities. And it's now been determined that by CalPERS that isn't okay, and that they're going to have to adjust and have the JPA itself apply as a CalPERS agency. And they anticipate it's going to take over a year to sort out. It'll get resolved, I'm sure. More to come on that later. The next meeting will be in September, so they'll give us progressive updates. There was a vote to approve Tom Piccolotti, the city manager of Daly City. He'll be part of the management committee of the pre-hospital emergency JPA. And I think that was the majority of it for now. What else? One more thing. Oh, and then I was out of town, and I just got back yesterday afternoon.
Needed.
Yes, needed.
I went to the dedication of the new Ortega Field, which was so amazing. I heard objections regarding, well, they used to use tires to fill in, and now they use cork or pine. So it's totally different. It's not hot. It was beautiful. They do have fences around it. And the reason that they have fences, which at first was kind of like an objection, was that people tend to walk their dogs there. And then with this artificial turf, and the dogs do their business on the artificial turf. So will be accessible for other sports teams, but you have to make reservations. The kids immediately got out there and played a soccer game. Right, their first thing they did was a whole group of kids went out and played soccer. It was and it was beautiful. I attended Pride too. My public service announcement is, even though it's foggy, wear sunscreen and a hat. Because I kept thinking, oh no, it's overcast. I was burnt to a crisp. So just public service. I did go to the county fair 3 times, once for fun, and once for the Convention and Visitors Bureau. They had an event there, and it's always interesting to talk to people from all over the county. They're not called the Convention and Visitors Bureau anymore. They're called the SF Peninsula, whatever that means. Nothing. Sorry. I'm in a mood, huh? And I represented us at Coast Day yesterday, and it was Coast Day, and a whopping 4 people showed up. So I was glad that I attended because there were very few people there. There were a lot of events happening at once. I also went to the Jimenez funeral, and it was amazing the number of people there. Totally, a lot of young people. And also a couple of representatives, Katrina Rill and Joan Dentler, who are representatives of Anna and Josh Becker, were also in attendance. I went to the Christians leaving event. We had a meeting with the Catalonia delegation, and they were quite nice, and really it was an interesting meeting because we started talking about the statue. And one of the things that were you going to talk about that? The Catalonia delegation said was their statue in Balaga, they don't pronounce the R, has been removed. So not only is our statue removed, but they determined that Portola wasn't a great guy. So we thought they were going to be upset about the fact that our statue was removed, and quite the opposite. The citizens there realized from across the way that he also wasn't a great guy. Wow. So it was enlightening. Let's see, I had an interview on Pacifica's safe parking program, which was really interesting, talking about, and specifically my points of view on the safe parking program. And they're compiling a lot of data about that to see what should happen after this. So that was interesting. And I also met Sam Liccardo today, right before this meeting. So I've met him 3 times now. I met with Evan Lowe twice. So it's interesting to get to know the people. He's running for Congress. He was previously the mayor of San Jose, and Evan Lowe is currently an assembly person. So they bring different things to the table, and it'll be interesting in the end to see what happens with them. Both of them quite nice gentlemen. We had an interesting thing. So, staff communications.
Thank you, Mayor Vaterlos, Mayor Pro Tem Beckmeyer, and City Council members, Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I have 2 communications I want to emphasize tonight, 2 exciting ones. The first is about the renovated Civic Center ribbon cutting event. Invitations are starting to go out, and public invitation will be going out this week. It is Thursday, June 27th at 3 p.m., 3 to 5 p.m. at the Civic Center, and it's going to be a very exciting day to highlight and show off the new center and all of the great space that it's going to provide for the community. So that's one. The other, also related to facility construction, is in regards to the Sanchez Library Outpost kiosk. Many who have driven by there have seen it under construction. The kiosk is installed. The hardscape and ADA access is being built currently. The library was closed for about a week. It reopened on Saturday. And while the ribbon cutting date is not determined for that, the project is nearing completion. And it's going to be a very exciting way for 24/7 use of the kiosk. It is augmenting the actual library services there, but a great companion in that area, as well as along with the Sharp Park Library services. So excited to announce those 2 communications about progress. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on, I'm going to read a statement on, this is initial public advisement at the beginning of any public comments. Public meetings are a limited public forum, meaning that there are rules for commenting at these meetings. Comments on agendized items must relate to the specific item. If comments do not fall into that category, the city will provide you with an initial warning to stay within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city on the topic. If the warning is not followed, the mayor will direct the city clerk to cut the microphone. And throughout this warning system, I will seek the assistance of the city attorney in identifying comments not related to the agenda item or not within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. Thank you. Okay. Moving on to public hearing, which is item number 14, bless you. I couldn't say that in the middle. Certification of final environmental impact report and other associated approvals for 310 to 330 Esplanade infrastructure preservation project. And may we have the staff report, please?
While staff is getting situated, I can kick off this item before turning it over to them. The certification of the EIR for the 310, 330 Esplanade Avenue Infrastructure Preservation Project is an exciting milestone in this project that has taken many years. This project has been on the council's priority work plan, I believe, since I started as city manager here, and perhaps before that. And it's really a critical project to do what is the most feasible and cost-effective option in this area to protect the roadway, city utilities, and public safety for the short to mid-term. And an outcome of this project is that it then allows for feasible long-term adaptation strategies to be planned, funded, and implemented. And what you have before you is the EIR certification, and staff will talk about the steps and how we then go through the permitting process with the Coastal Commission for this project. So I'll turn it over to either Acting Deputy Planning Director Cervantes or Deputy Director Yip. I'm not sure which.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Council Member Stephanie Cervantes, Interim Deputy Director for the Planning Department. I will be giving the presentation for item 14 tonight, along with Roland Yip, Deputy Director and City Engineer, and our consultant team, Mike Campbell with MIG and David Shriver with Cotton Shires and Associates. The item in front of you today is certification of a final environmental impact report, or EIR, and other associated approvals for the 310 to 330 Esplanade Avenue Infrastructure Preservation Project. Staff recommends that the council certify the final EIR, approve the project as defined and analyzed in the EIR, and proceed therewith by applying to the California Coastal Commission for permits and approval, adopt CEQA findings and mitigation monitoring report, and direct staff to file the notice of determination. As the council is aware, over the past several decades, there has been progressive coastal bluff erosion in the northern part of the city. As a result of the erosion from the 2015 and 2016 winter season and the removal of the apartments at 310 to 330 Esplanade, the Esplanade Infrastructure Preservation Project was born with the goal of maintaining existing infrastructure and utilities in the area. In 2017, the city received grants for the first phase of the project, which included design and environmental work. In 2018, the city approved an agreement with Cotton Shires and Associates to start work on the project. Between 2018 to 2022, the city determined that the city should be the lead agency for purposes of CEQA, and as such, the city released a notice of preparation and conducted a scoping meeting in late 2022. In October of 2023, a notice of availability was released for the draft EIR. With the assistance of the consultant team, the city was able to complete the final EIR that is in front of you today. I will now turn it over to Deputy Director Yip.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. Roland Yip, Deputy Director of Public Works / City Engineer. I'd like to go over the project description. The project site is located along the west side of Esplanade Avenue between Manor Drive and the south and on the south and West Beaumont Boulevard on the north in the city of Pacifica. The residential structures formerly occupying the properties at 310, 330 Esplanade Avenue have been removed, and the lots have been graded towards the road and covered by a tarp and drain rock. The proposed project includes a proposed seawall, its construction, and the proposed bluff top restoration, and are separated into these 7 bullet points on the slide. The seawall. The proposed project design includes several structural elements to fortify the bluff, including a sheet pile below the sand levels, a cap beam on top of the sheet pile, and shotcrete or sprayed concrete wall secured to the bluff face with tension tieback rods. The wall is estimated to be 650 feet long, spanning the length between the existing seawall to the north of 100 Esplanade Avenue and the existing seawall to the south at 360, 380 Esplanade Avenue, with approximately a height of 26 feet above the toe of the bluff. The second bullet point, permanent removal of existing riprap. Following construction of the proposed project, all existing riprap on the beach coincident with the 310, 330 Esplanade Avenue, this is approximately 8,000 tons, would be removed from the project site. The third bullet point, the bluff top restoration plan. The project includes a bluff top restoration plan that involves replanting the developed areas along the top of the bluff within the project site after the seawall construction is completed. The objectives of the restoration include restoring upland native scrub habitat, increase runoff infiltration and control erosion, provide habitat for native species, and having a minimal amount of long-term maintenance for establishment of plantings. The fourth bullet point, the bluff monitoring program, an annual evaluation of the condition and performance of the seawall bluff protection would be undertaken as part of the project. The evaluation will identify whether significant weathering, undermining, outflanking, overtopping, impacts, corrosion, or damage has occurred that would adversely impact the integrity or future performance of the structure. The monitoring information would be summarized in a report prepared by a licensed engineer familiar with shoreline processes and would be submitted to the California Coastal Commission Executive Director after each winter storm season. The fifth bullet point, construction. Construction of the seawall is estimated to take approximately 260 calendar days and would occur between spring to early winter. Anticipated equipment includes large excavators, cranes on top of the bluff, heavy-duty tieback drilling equipment, and heavy-duty sheet pile driving equipment on the beach. The only time that artificial dewatering would be required is if anticipated storm/rogue wave topped the temporary riprap wave protection installed around the work area and flooded the construction area. No vehicles or heavy equipment would be operated in open water or tidal habitat. Access to the site by foot and small machinery would occur through the public access trail at 100 Esplanade Avenue, directly north of the site. And the sixth bullet point, the equipment staging and material storage. 2 equipment staging and material storage areas are designated for the project. The north staging area will be located on the bluff top in the 310 to 330 block of Esplanade Avenue and will be set back to a minimum of 10 feet from the bluff edge. The south staging area would be located on the city-owned bluff top property south of 380 Esplanade, opposite of Manor Drive, adjacent to the existing ramp that would provide equipment access to the beach. And the last bullet point, the drainage. Following construction, the bluff top between 310 and 330 Esplanade would be recontoured to ensure the bluff top slopes uniformly drains towards Esplanade Avenue to direct stormwater sheet flow towards Esplanade Avenue and away from the bluff face. The top of the bluff would be revegetated with native, drought-tolerant species suitable for bluff top habitat to protect the bluff from surface runoff and associated erosion. And with that, I'll pass it to our consultant, Mike Campbell with MIG for the impact analysis and MMRP. And he's joining us over Zoom online today.
Thank you, Roland. Members of the council, good evening. My name is Mike Campbell. I'm with MIG. We are the consultants working with the city to produce the EIR. This is a brief summary of the impacts and the mitigation that I'll go through. Looking at the slide, that column on the left lists all of the potential impacts or the impacts that were found to be less than significant or not significant at all. It covers aesthetics. It includes aesthetics, agricultural and forestry resources, energy, geology and soils, greenhouse gas emissions, hazards and hazardous materials, hydrology and water quality, land use, mineral resources, population and housing, public services, recreation, transportation, and public utilities, service systems, and wildfire. There were 4 areas where we did determine that there were potentially significant impacts. However, they could be mitigated to a less than significant level with the implementation of mitigation measures included in the project. Those are air quality, biological resources, cultural and tribal cultural resources, and noise. Next slide, please. So briefly, for the air quality, the finding was that the project could expose sensitive receptors to substantial pollutant concentrations and associated adverse health risks. And the mitigation measures that are included in the project to reduce those to less than significant basically include we're looking at potential impacts to short-term health risks, So the mitigation measures include requiring contractors and their employees and representatives or other appropriate people working on the project to comply with construction equipment restrictions as detailed in the mitigation monitoring reporting program. Next slide, please. For biological resources, the finding was that the project could have a significant adverse effect either directly or through habitat modifications on special status fish species and bird species, including American peregrine falcon, bank swallow, and other nesting birds. So the mitigation measure there, the mitigation measures basically include best management practices to protect water quality, special status fish, and fish habitat, pre-construction and pre-disturbance surveys for nesting birds, a bank swallow habitat assessment, and a bank swallow incidental take permit if required, and also management of invasive species using best management practices. Next slide, please. For cultural and tribal cultural resources, the finding was that the project could inadvertently encounter cultural resources, which is fairly typical whenever there's excavation involved. So the mitigation is that the project would include standard notation on project plans. We need to talk about what to do in the event that human remains or other cultural resources are discovered during construction. And those include fairly standard protocols, which include stopping work, consulting tribal representatives, and proceeding with the standard protocols from there. Next slide, please. Noise, the project could result in the generation of substantial temporary increases in ambient noise levels due to construction equipment. The mitigation included in the project will include requiring the notification of the construction activities, posting it publicly, reduction of construction equipment noise levels by using the proper equipment, installation of a temporary barrier along Esplanade Avenue, and the preparation of a construction noise complaint plan. And with that, I will turn it back to Roland.
So there's the fiscal impact section. The estimated project costs include $620,000 for planning and design, around $13.5 million for the construction, for a total cost of $14.185 million. And we have funding sources, as previously mentioned, from FEMA, Cal OES, HMGP of $9.25 million, a state budget of $2.935 million, and then the city's ERAF fund of $2 million for that same $14.185 million. And with that, I'll pass it back to our acting planning director, Stephanie Cervantes.
Thank you. So again, just to summarize, the city staff recommends that the city council certify the final EIR for the project, approve the project as defined and analyzed in the EIR, and proceed therewith with applying to the California Coastal Commission for permits and approvals, adopt the CEQA findings and the mitigation monitoring report, and direct staff to file the notice of determination as well. That does conclude our presentation. We are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from council? Go ahead.
I have a lot, but I'd really like to let other people go first.
Council, or we have a card for public comment. Would you like to hear public comment first?
I would.
Yes, yes. Okay. Okay, Kimberly Finale.
Good evening, council members and city staff. Just want to have a quick shout out to City Clerk Sarah Coffey. I, for one, want to state my appreciation for her dedication to the hard work and high demands of the city of Pacifica. I'm Kimberly Finale, here speaking as a private citizen. As a kid, I learned the importance of hard work, perseverance, and setting goals. It went like this. Start by setting small goals. taking small steps to reach your short-term goals. As those small goals are accomplished, you grow older and hopefully wiser. You build confidence from your accomplishments and are then able to begin setting longer-term goals. These goals require multiple steps on a wider scale to carry through, yet are achievable as each step to get there is attained. Soon, a goal-oriented grown-up has perhaps graduated college, landed an excellent job, started a family, or even purchased a home. And then, so it goes, for a goal-oriented person or body of persons, the cycle can begin again with our next vision. In 2016, just eight years ago, there was a giant sinkhole in the same area that the city now proposes to new hardening of the shoreline. It was repaired, but the ocean, Mother Nature, continues to bang on and batter this location. How many times and at what cost must this be done? I walk to and on Esplanade Beach several times a week. I also have a photo journal of this location. Did you know that in 1 year the sand has risen so high that the last shotcrete wall is now at least 50% buried? It's not coming back. So I ask, where is the city of Pacifica's vision? What is Pacifica's vision? Must we keep running around throwing taxpayer dollars at short-term solutions with no end in sight? Isn't it time to set some actual long-term goals? Please stop kicking the can down the road. It's time to take a stance, dig deep, and find the courage to make bold decisions. You are, for now, our local decision makers. Have you ever heard that the best indicators of the immediate future is the immediate past? 2016 was only eight years ago. It's time to take a page out of Pacifica's own history book and stop making the same expensive mistakes over and over again. It's time to do something different. Stop throwing money away and plan for the inevitable future. Thank you.
Thank you. Molly, are there any speakers on the phone?
There are 3 raised hands. The first is Irene Lee.
Okay, go ahead, Irene.
Irene is unmuted, but she doesn't seem to be coming through.
We'll come back to you, Irene. Maybe you want to restart, and we'll move on to the second caller.
The second raised hand is for Cliff Lawrence.
Go ahead, Cliff.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members.
Thank you.
Nice to join you this evening.
Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Thank you. Nice to join you this evening.
I just
wait. Hold on, Cliff. Hold on, Cliff. You need to mute your other, like your TV. Yeah, we're getting double feedback.
How are we doing now?
Good.
Hello?
Good. You're doing good.
Did I lose you?
No.
Hello?
Oh.
Hello?
Okay.
Turn
we
up volume.
can
Hello?
hear you.
Hello? 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 Hi. Anybody there?
Yeah, we are, but
I'm sorry. You've been hearing all this and I haven't. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll try to pick it up. I've been watching this part of the coast for about 9-10 years. And it seems to me that we have a variety of projects that are totally untethered to each other. We have some in active applications, such as 100 Palmetto, maybe sometimes also called 100 Esplanade, who knows? That's the radio station. Then you got 200, where they got the path has been compromised at the walk. That is still sliding. Then you get down to the ocean air and the beach access. Then after that, it's the 300 block, which you're talking about tonight. Not to mention then we get on to the Bluffs or the Bluff Apartments, do I also recall that there was a project about the cliffs down at Manor? Now, one of the things that concerns me is I don't see any cohesive plan or strategy. And the other thing I want to remind everybody, when I first came here, I saw these, I guess you'd call it looked like they'd sprayed something on the cliff. Most of that's gone now. And we're going to do it again. I understand it wasn't there that long the last time. Ocean Air is responsible for this, I believe, access to the beach. I'm sure it's very expensive for them to do that because they barely got it back open, and it only lasted about a year, and they had to do it again. So bottom line, what is our strategy? What is our policy? We're going to put rocks down. We're going to take rocks away. We're going to spray. I don't see a cohesive strategy and plan here. Something that deals with the bluff as one bluff. It is one bluff. It doesn't break down by blocks to different projects.
One more minute.
So you're willing to put a serious amount of money in this, but is it a Band-Aid? And I'm seriously concerned that when we lose that beach access, we lose it for like a year at a time before we can get it back again. And I ask for your help, your consideration. This needs to be a fully thought, integrated plan. And I thank you all for your service.
Thank you, Cliff.
Should I go back to Irene Lee?
Yes, please.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I did put in a suggestion in a public comment today. I just want to say that this is a good first step. But my only concern is just that this project, as small as it is, need really a lot of armoring at the lower part, because whatever shot at the bluff itself is not going to work because it's going to be undermined by all the wave actions and all that. And the other thing too is that when you just do stuff on a vertical face of the bluff, it doesn't mimic nature, in nature you have mountains that are sloped or hillside that are sloped. They're not vertical unless it's made up of rocks that sort of fit in together in zigzag puzzle. So I would say maybe take a look at a gradual sloping up to the bluff area with retaining wall, strong armor at the base, and then work it up as like a terrace, like us. So my last comment is that this need to go from a Muzzle Rock to Maury Point. I mean, this could be a phase one, but really, if you can't just armor one little section, because then you have the scouring and eddy effect that would actually make it fail. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The last raised hand is for Summer Lee.
Thank you.
Hi, it's Summer Lee. Thank you, council and staff, for all the hard work you do. I just want to echo the sentiment that it would be nice to see in this plan at least a chunk of some money that would go towards long-term planning. And yes, looking at the other areas that will also be impacted by this. I think I think it does have the feeling of the people who live here that these are just Band-Aids, and it doesn't feel good when they don't last very long, especially with a city that's financially strapped as ours. And so this is an opportunity to do some long-term planning, and I'm not sure what the downside of that would be. And that's it. Thank you very much. I do have it. One more. Sorry. The Coastal Commission, I would love to have some clarification about the Coastal Commission, because it doesn't seem likely that they would like this. And I assume it goes to the Coastal Commission after this. And what, maybe if that could be clarified, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Summer.
There's an additional raised hand for Gabe Church.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to say, I think it's nice that there's a plan being proposed over here in the first place, and it sounds like it's mostly not just local funding, so there's some federal funding in there. It sounds like, like some thought has gone into it. I know there's been a lot of criticism about the long-term viability. I'm not a structural engineer, environmental engineer, but I live over here, and I've seen kind of what happens with some of the erosion. I think you can't fix stuff, a mile deep into the sand to hold it. So I think we all understand that for the most part, everyone that lives over here. I think it's great to try to protect those apartments. There's a lot of people that live over there as well. So I think that's great if the bluffs can be protected and that erosion can be slowed. Definitely awesome to get the upper area cleaned up and that rusted fence gone. I think people will appreciate that a lot. So thank you guys for all your hard work and the engineers that went into it. Just wanted to say, I think it's a great project overall, and best of luck with the rest.
Thank you, Gabe.
There are no other raised hands.
Okay, seeing no more people on the phone or in the audience ready to speak, we're going to bring it back to council for council questions and deliberation both. Okay.
If Councilmember Bowles is willing to allow me, she indicated you may have many questions, and I have but one. Frankly, especially over the course of this last year, my appreciation for discussion around seawalls has expanded greatly. I'll put it to you all that way. And so with that in mind, the question from Summerlee is well taken, and I would like to return it to staff. I know that the Coastal Commission at least offered one comment letter so far. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about how we responded to that comment letter, and from there, what we reasonably can expect upon approval of this project as we interact with Coastal Commission, and what that collaboration or perhaps even discussion might look like when it reaches Commission. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I also
I can respond in terms of the Coastal Commission permitting, but first I'd like to pass over to our consultant, Mike Campbell from MIG, to discuss about our responses to their letter on the EIR.
Thank you, Mr. Yip.
Do we need Emily?
It doesn't appear that Mr. Campbell is responding currently. Mike, if you're monitoring this, there's a question for you. And in the meantime, Deputy Director Yip, if you could start on the others.
Yes, in terms of the Coastal Commission permitting part first, so when we get to that stage, I think the biggest question that's going to be in front of us is the option that's already discussed in the EIR in terms of there is a no project alternative that's discussed, and it doesn't meet the objectives, and those details are outlined in the EIR. We will again, through the Coastal Commission permitting, study that no project alternative as we have with other coastal commission permits, and it's going to study benefit cost analysis, all of the infrastructure that's within the road, the utilities. As we go eastward of Esplanade Avenue, we're going to start looking into additional structures and the erosion rates. So all of that will get studied once more with the Coastal Commission permitting. We're unsure what they will approve until we start the process with them. So I will go over some of their comments. Some of the major items I'll highlight is one was B3 in their letter, and it says that describe the long-term plans for this area after the 30-year lifespan of the seawall has been exceeded, including long-term plans for adapting the infrastructure or development that the armoring is proposed to protect. So this is the 30-life-year span. We responded that it is outside of the scope of the EIR to go beyond that. I will read the comment here. There is no predefined long-term plan in place. The immediate focus is on the installation of the armoring to address pressing erosion threats and protect vital infrastructure. Oh, it sounds like Mike is back on the line here. Hey, Mike, can you hear us?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, the response that was prepared for that was that the imperative to protect the coastal infrastructure with armoring arises from the imminent and ongoing threat of erosion along the bluff. Without intervention, the infrastructure, including the street itself, would be continuously exposed to the erosive forces of the coastline. The danger is perpetual as erosion continues to degrade the coastal environment, jeopardizing the critical elements. So talking about the rationale as to why the armoring is proposed, where it is, the idea was to ensure seamless integration with the existing wall that's there on the north and to the south. So that we're essentially kind of filling a gap there between two existing portions of seawall. Let's see, that was the response to the second comment. The comments, and there's 14 separate comments in their letter, so there's a lot of different issues they touched on there. Is there one particular issue you'd like me to respond to?
So I feel like the more the issues...
They have questions regarding, or comments regarding aesthetic resources, biological resources, geology and soils, public services and recreation, and the alternative sections in the EIR.
I feel like the more that the issue is fleshed out, the better. What occurs to me specifically, especially as comments around 30-year horizons are raised, and we think in terms of long-term planning, I think that what's generally raised in our community is a question such as, there's sewer lines in that area, right, that this would be protecting at the end of the day. So let me make sure I get that part correct. There are sewer lines there, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So within that context that there's, and then roads and major city infrastructure, if we were to look in terms of seriously long-term horizon planning and think to ourselves, well, perhaps one day the sewer line could be better suited elsewhere, have we done any analysis in terms of something like cost, for example, and what that level of planning might look like? Or maybe not cost, but time. If we were to plan for such a thing, time-wise, what might that look like?
So relocation of and realignments of sewer mains are not typical projects that the city undertakes. So more typical projects, we rehabilitate them. But in terms of for this area, if we had to relocate it, a really preliminary estimate and cost has been done, and we would need to further do that as we get further along with the Coastal Commission permitting. I believe the last time it was undertaken was for a grant application, which is a very rough estimate that was done. So we would need to look at that more closely as we get further along.
Are you able to elucidate what that preliminary number looks like?
So the excuse me, Councilmember Biscuit.
I understand you need to.
I just want to defer to the city attorney if we should be focused on just the certification of the EIR, or should we continue answering questions?
No, this is a question from a council member, so if you can answer it, please do try to answer it. And maybe we need the director up here to answer those more global questions but if you can answer it, please do. If you can't, then, I think as you said, they don't have any definitive numbers, and the council member is just asking you, do you have a guesstimate of what the cost would be?
I have seen the number. So the grant application shown that it was around $8 million. This included a cul-de-sac that was needed, realignment of sewer, storm, water, and then, so the cul-de-sac is the one part that probably needs to be looked at a little bit more closely, because the cul-de-sac requires the property that is south of the project. So I don't believe the estimate, and the value that was taken from to use for that property was could be appraised and looked at more closely, and likely would generate higher figures than that. It also doesn't include the properties east of Esplanade, so it's only looking at the immediate roadway. So those costs would likely be higher.
And so that was a cost estimate just for the sewer line, right?
No, this is for a complete, if you were to not have a project and you need to realign Esplanade, create a cul-de-sac, just realign all of the infrastructure within it, including the roadway itself, and taking any properties that are necessary in order to accomplish this.
And you said 8 million?
8 million was on the grant application, and it used the number for the apartments, which was a little bit lower. So it valued the apartment at $1.5 million or so.
Looking at the numbers, substantially what we are looking at tonight is being paid by federal and state, which leaves $2 million, which would be paid out of a temporary funding through ERAF. Do we have a sense of whether or not the federal and state governments would be willing to supplement us if we were to take that other approach?
So in terms of the exact breakdown for the funding, the state budget actually allocated, and it is in the staff report.
Almost $3 million.
It was, well, they allocated $7.5 million total between two projects. That's the 400 Esplanade and the 310, 330 Esplanade project. So these funding sources are constantly changing. In fact, we received a letter for our Cal OES HMGP grant, which adjusted it because of some scoping changes just right before the meeting. So in short, I mean, we could adjust the funding. We just don't know what 400 Esplanade is going to cost at the moment, so that's why we left the city ERAF funds in there. So there is a potential that 400 Esplanade could cost less, in which case there could be more money from the state budget for this project.
Okay. One final question before I turn it over. When we are talking about super long-term funding, and appreciating that we just had a conversation around what the immediate infrastructure movement might look like, in the longer term than that, eventually this could affect Highway 1 over the super long-term horizon, correct?
Yes, very, very long-term, yes.
Okay, thank you.
No, please do, Mary.
Because I just want to ask like a simplification question, because so I see there's a summary of alternatives, right? And so if you could just kind of give me the simple rundown of the timeline. So if we certify the EIR tonight and then it goes to the Coastal Commission, there's an opportunity for them to look over the alternatives and discuss those alternatives with you. Is that correct? Am I right about that, or?
So the alternatives, they do request that we look at it as part of the Coastal Commission permitting process.
Okay.
They look at multiple alternatives.
And
Yeah.
so that means it'll come back to us again after that?
No,
No?
no, the permitting process does not come back
Okay.
for city council approval.
Okay, thank you.
You know what, I have a short question too.
Please, go right.
The 8,000 pounds of rocks, and we're going to remove them? Can we use them somewhere else?
So that would be, if the question is, can we use that rock at another location? That would be subject to Coastal Commission permitting as well, and we can look into that and see if we can get that permitted somewhere.
Okay, that would be great. Reuse.
I don't know if, Christine, if this, one of your questions gets into this, but I did want to touch on that same issue about the removal of the rocks as referenced in the staff report. So can you give a brief, for the public, a brief explanation of because if you look at the pictures in the staff report, right now you see all the revetment that's there. But the proposed project would have the sheet pile and then removal of those rocks. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you
and,
describe that a little bit?
Yes,
And I don't know if there's a visual that would be helpful here.
And there is a visual, I'll point to the visual before I turn it over to David Shire from Conshire's Associates, who's the designer, geotech engineer on the project. It is, I'll pass it over to him first while I look up the packet page number.
Hi. Hi. A couple of points. First of all, we've had several meetings with the Coastal Commission already. They're aware of this project. They're aware of the design. And so it's not going to come as a shock. And the fact that there is an alternatives analysis presented, it's there for their benefit. But we wouldn't have got this far down the road if we didn't feel that they were on board with it. Now, their staff has changed, so things could change, but there was a time when we were getting positive reinforcement about this design from them. Now, regarding the Coastal Commission and the riprap, yeah, there's documented 8,000 tons of rock. It was placed in our temporary permit, and the Coastal Commission is mandating that as part of their sign-off on this project, that rock get removed. The opportunity to reuse it at someplace else on the coast is based on their discretion, based on their recent actions. I would say that's doubtful. Their whole mindset is getting the riprap off the beach. There was a riprap option as an alternative. They were not favorably impressed with that. So we developed this design to address the main focus of the erosion that has occurred on the bluff. And we see undermining from scour down below. And yes, interestingly, the sand comes and goes. And so while there may be a lot of sand on the beach now, and it covers the toe of the walls, there are certain times during heavy winter storms where that sand migrates out. That's when you get a lot of erosion underneath. The intent of the sheet pile wall is to mitigate that undermining. On top of the sheet pile wall will be a concrete cap beam. Again, this will all be covered during, I would say, 11 months of the year. It's that 1 month a year when sand goes out, and you'll begin to see portions of the cap beam. Above the cap beam is the sculptured shotcrete that will be anchored into this slope with tiebacks. Our design is to have the shotcrete wall to go up to elevation 40, which our coastal engineer has analyzed as the maximum wave run-up for our period of design. Did I answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And for a diagram of how the wall looks like, it can be found on packet page 356. And this will show the sheet pile that's below the ground surface with the grade beam on top of it, and then the shotcrete wall getting held back by the tension rods against the soil face.
Is it possible to put that image on the screen so that the viewers at home can take a look at it also? Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I missed your name, Cotton Shire's engineer.
David Schreier.
David Schreier, hi. Just to follow up for a minute on the riprap question, my understanding is that the 400 Esplanade project, at least the last I heard, was, and I don't know if you're involved in that project too, was going to be primarily a riprap on the beach versus a hard construction like this. Is that your understanding? I see Roland nodding.
I'm nodding to say, yes, I am the project manager on that project as well. So the history behind that project was back in 2016, during those storms, we did some emergency placement of riprap. And Cotton Shires has been doing a study of how the riprap is behaving and holding up against the storms, and they've been holding up a lot better than expected. So right now, we have put in some applications with the Coastal Commission to get that emergency riprap permitted, and we're on the second submittal for that permit application at the moment.
Okay, but the project we're designing, I think I'm told, is adding more riprap. So perhaps there's a chance that we can reuse what we're taking out just down the beach a little bit for this later on.
So we would have to see if we can add that to the application at this moment. We're pretty far along with that application process, just to approve the existing riprap that's already there. So any more that we add, there are mitigation fees that are looked at whenever you take up beach space. So the riprap takes up beach space that people would normally be able to walk on. And with that space, if it was a private party, the Coastal Commission would request for mitigation fees. For us, as a local agency, it's typical that they will request for us to do some access improvements, which is what would be the second part of this project if that riprap is approved. So we can look into adding the riprap at this stage, but it might delay the process a little bit to continue to add to that project when we're at the second submittal.
But besides permitting the existing riprap, I thought we were working on another project that the 400 Esplanade that we're getting funding for.
One of the problems with the riprap that's in front of the 310 to 330 Esplanade is it's small in size.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It's between 1 and 2 ton. In 2016 to 18, the riprap that we were placing at the 400 block was 6 to 8 ton rock.
Okay.
Significantly different.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and there is the second component of the 400 Esplanade project, so is to do trail improvements, and that ramp that is washed out and that we're planning to use as a construction access will also get improved along with this project.
Okay, all right. Oh, with the repair of or with the permanent, the permitting of the riprap?
Yeah, after the riprap is permitted, then we will look into doing the trail improvements, and that ramp going down to the beach will also be improved.
Okay, so a design question to start with. So this section shows in pink the new armoring and the tiebacks at the base of the wall. But it shows the bluff face above staying at the existing angle. I'm a little bit confused because on packet page 627, it talks about the bottom of the bluff, the bottom of package page 627 talks about the top of the bluff is going to be allowed to erode naturally to 40 to 50 degrees. And then this is not reflected in the plan.
Right, so these are the conceptual drawings for at construction condition, and the gradual erosion back where the slope looks for equilibrium will take some time to occur. So you're right, the cross-sections do not depict the long-term condition. They depict the condition immediately after construction.
So how long do you expect that erosion to take?
It all depends on the weather.
Okay, but 5 years, 10 years, 30 years, roughly?
If you look towards the north, beyond Ocean Air, they've got some similar walls where they're allowing the slope to erode back, and you can see that the process is occurring.
Right.
It's a gradual process, and again, it's not linear. It happens significantly during wetter winters.
Right.
But the advantage, the design that we've come up with, it protects the toe, and instead of having this conveyor belt process that we've been seeing over time where the bluff fails and then the material that fails, that's deposited at the toe in a non-marine environment would then begin to buttress the toe, and so your slope would begin to lay back to a stable inclination ultimately. That material gets washed away by the ocean, so that the intent of the seawall at the toe is to protect the toe, and then the upper portion of the bluff will find equilibrium over time.
Okay. This happens to be my district in Pacifica, so I walk here twice a week at least, and the last 2 winters have been brutal. And I know you all are doing an investigation of the recent erosion, but there has been erosion, as you're mentioning, on top of the same system at the Ocean Air complex. And so what I'm concerned about here, and perhaps you can pull up the plan, which is on the previous page or the page right after, Sarah, the plan of the park of the area, right there.
Go down.
Well, we can start here while she's looking at it, but so based on, I was doing some measurements to try to figure out how much at 45 degrees, so in between your 40 and 50, what the stable point is. And my calculations put that stable slope basically at the curb of Esplanade here where the dimension is the least, at about 60 feet. Would you agree with that?
I think I've calculated about 15 to 20 feet from the top of the seawall to going back 40 to 50 degrees. I calculated approximately a 15 to 20 foot
So
area.
Here in the section, we have just over 30 feet, and then the bluff top over 90 feet. So that's about 60 feet of bluff vertically.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So just looking at the section that's on the screen now, the top of the new revetment is just over 30 feet, and the top of the bluff is at 90. So that's about a 60-foot rise.
Like I said, I think the top of the seawall elevation is at 40 feet.
Okay, yeah, so maybe it's 40. Okay, so 40
and the top of the bluff is at 88.
Well, here it's showing it at above 90, probably, I'd say 100.
90. So it's 60 foot.
So 60 foot is what I was calculating, 60-foot rise, and then at the, I know that in plan it varies, but the shortest dimension is 60 feet. So at a 45-degree angle, that
So
would
it's
put
60
that
foot
stable
back.
slope at the curb
Right.
of the street.
Okay, I don't have that, but
Just trigonometry.
no, you're right.
Equal rise, equal rise.
A 45-degree line
Right.
is 60 foot back.
Okay.
So,
So if you pull up the plan of the park now, if this erosion is allowed to go, and granted, we don't know exactly how much time, but we may not have a park. We may just have a sidewalk at the street by the time the erosion has finished, is what I'm
Agreed.
coming to.
that is a possibility
Okay.
in the long term.
Can
City
you pull up the
Clerk?
plan of the park?
City Clerk, if you could go to packet page 357.
Yeah, and if you can zoom in on that. So right now, if you look at, where the building is at 340 Esplanade, just to the right, that's right at the top of where the bluff starts to drop. And then you can see the little dashed line of the fence, which is shown, that this is the new fence for the trail, shown right at the top of the bluff. And then we have these sitting areas that are just, I don't know, maybe less than 10 feet from the top of the bluff. My concern is that we're going to lose this quickly if we're building all this and then, basically the bluff is going to retreat all the way to Esplanade over the course of the project.
When you say the course of the project, you're talking about the 30-year life.
Well, I don't know, he didn't commit to how long the erosion would happen. We're just talking about it happening at Ocean Air.
If I may, Mayor, perhaps just to put some context on this conversation. So a couple points. One is I believe it's the case that there will be ongoing monitoring of erosion. And to put it in bigger perspective, some of the commenters earlier had asked about, well, what's the plan citywide? Our local coastal land use plan that we're working on with the Coastal Commission includes a requirement in implementation for a shoreline adaptation studies of Pacifica's coast. So there will be many studies and ongoing monitoring about what's happening on our coastline over years to come. I think no one is saying, including the Coastal Commission, that installing a park here is a permanent installation for 30 years or beyond. A major point about this project is that it is protecting public health and safety because it's protecting critical infrastructure, sewer, water that runs in the street. The park itself is a potentially temporal public asset that exists. If it can be enjoyed for 10 years, there'll be a cost-benefit analysis. And as Mr. Shire mentioned, we can't predict how much erosion is going to happen year by year. So it could go quickly and then park not be available. Maybe there's trail there that still is available, or it could take 30 years. We're not here to predict what that timeline's going to be, but so I think just to put it in that context is that this will be a detailed discussion during permitting with Coastal Commission about this improvement, and with the acknowledgement that these coastal amenities will change over time as our monitoring program measures erosion that occurs.
If I recall correctly, it's the first 3 years after the major wet season we evaluate it, right? And then after that, like for major storm events thereafter, El Niños or what have you, there's a reevaluation. Am I correct in that recollection?
So this is stated in the report that after 3 years, the report, this is stated in this half report. After the first 3 years, the report will be provided each third year following the last annual report for the year. In addition, inspections reports will be submitted immediately following either an El Nino storm event comparable to or greater than a 20-year storm, or an earthquake of magnitude 5.5 or greater with an epicenter in San Mateo or San Francisco counties.
Thank you. So, I mean, as I'm processing it, I'm always processing it through the lens of what does long-term planning mean? How the heck can we do that? And what are the tools we need to facilitate it? And so, it's like trying to take steps toward that conversation of long-term planning, is really difficult in our community because we have folks who think it should happen yesterday, and we have folks that really are trying to find other ways, certainly right now. But to my sensibility, with that understanding that what's built in is this, feel free to argue with the term, but, you know, arguably intensive study of what's going on in conjunction erosion-wise with this project. To my sensibility, it's a really good first step toward being able to have that longer conversation, because instead we have a much shorter conversation, which sucks much worse.
Can you leave that up, Sarah? Sorry. Yeah, my concern, and again, as somebody who walks these bluffs, I mean, Ocean Air just redid their project. We've just had them move back their railing this year. Same thing has happened at the RV park just down the street, right? And right now, the fence is actually overhanging the bluffs at the Ocean Air bluff top. So my concern is that the fence is right at the top of the bluff. And we are not allowing any erosion to happen without having to spend more money here, potentially this winter, I mean, the next winter after it gets built. And so my concern is that we would want to at least build some buffer there where we're not building and having to move things immediately, because I didn't see any budget for maintenance and ongoing work for this project either.
Yes, Mayor and Councilmember Bowes, if I may. The certification of the EIR, we're not bound to this alignment of the trail, fence alignment, or the park improvements with what's shown here. This was conceptual and schematic, and when we get further into the design process, we can do some additional studies and pull anything back as needed to give it that buffer that you're requesting here.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I think, but I do think, I mean, if we're sending this off to the Coastal Commission, they want to see what improvements we're making, right? There have to be some mitigations for the armoring, and I'm assuming this counts as some of that. Right, so as part of the permitting process, they would want to see these plans for the public amenities on the bluff.
Yes, so it's likely with the permitting process for this portion of the project, similar to our 400 Esplanade project, that in lieu of the mitigation fees, they will ask for improvements, access improvements and trail improvements. So they will review that as part of the permitting process, yes.
Okay, and there might still be other improvements they ask for as part of their permitting too.
It's possible, yes.
Can I just ask a question about the different projects? So there was questions about that came from our public tonight, but can you just explain to me why we don't have a more holistic view of this part of the bluff and yeah, why we're not doing kind of a regional planning for this area?
So the projects, they start off conceptual. They can either start off with our CIP planning, which the 5-year plan will be coming to council next council meeting. So you can either start off there, or projects get created sometimes through grant applications, which this is how this project got started, was with an HMGP grant, and it got funded for the design and the environmental. In terms of how projects are getting created, we look for needs in the city, and then we start going after grant applications based on those needs. Now, to get a fuller look at our entire coastline, we are looking into that with another application. We started with an Army Corps Cap 103 study of the 380 Esplanade area in the hopes that it can turn into a general investigation, and that's the study of the entire coastline of Pacifica.
And I know Supervisor Mueller was also interested in doing a more regional study of the entire coastline, so we can see how all these projects are going to affect everything down. And so it might be a good idea to get in touch with his office too, to see what their plans are, just so we can be a part of that discussion with his staff.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that comment, Councilmember Beer. I just did want to chime in again, specific to this. Deputy Director Yip is correct regarding our inquiries and work with the Army Corps of Engineers about a general investigation of the entire coastline. That's a very long-term process. Takes an act of Congress 10 years to move through the process to just do that study. Just as a reminder, history on this is city property. We've taken this property and have control of it. It's flanked by 2 private properties that have soil nail walls in place. This is the consistent treatment with those 2 properties. So it does take the regional view for the protection of critical infrastructure and public health and safety that's necessary immediately. And then again, as I mentioned earlier at the outset of this, so that we can do the long-term adaptation planning that the Coastal Commission is going to require us to do through the local coastal plan and work on that over a long period of time, which involves lots of economics, financial, legalities, very complex planning, takes decades.
Okay, thank you. And that's what I was looking for, like simply, you know, that it's sandwiched in between 2 private properties.
I'm sorry, guys, I have so many questions, and part of it is I feel like I really need to dive in technically because we don't have the benefit of the Planning Commission having looked at this too, right? So back to the section for a minute, if you don't mind. The section, the cut through the bluff that was up a little higher. So the green that you're showing on top, so that's so that the new slope will not, you know, create water drainage down the bluff face, and then also to allow some new soil for planting, is what I've read, native plants, hydroseeding at the front edge. Pots for some reason closer to the street. Maybe you can explain that too. But my concern is, so as the bluff erodes, then we have this plain of just sand, right? And we don't have any vegetation growing on that slope. Is that correct?
If I could, I'd want to just return to our previous conversation where I found my CAD drawing.
Okay.
So, according to my drawings, the slope that would intersect the edge of the sidewalk would be a 33-degree slope. And so the 45-degree slope would provide a buttress of approximately 20 feet from the back edge of the sidewalk.
And I know the bluff top varies, so what dimension are you using for your bluff length in that?
Again, that's a 60-foot bluff, but it's not vertical, and perhaps that was the problem. The bluff is not a vertical face.
Okay.
It's inclined by about 70 degrees.
So we might have 20 feet, so in terms of a path and so forth.
So
it's
from
more
the top
stable.
of the bluff to the top of the wall, there's about a horizontal distance of, say, 20 feet.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, what was your other question?
And then, so as the bluff erodes, right,
Yes.
and we're losing the landscaping along with it, right? We can't plant on that 45-degree slope.
Seems like nature does it all the time. But I'm not a biologist,
Okay.
not a botanist, so I don't know.
I'm just concerned about more erosion, right, without the plant life to.
Pardon me?
I'm just concerned about more erosion without the plant life to hold it in, but maybe so. Okay. Okay. I'm going to go back to just talking about the budget for a minute. And actually, it would help to see the plan again. I'm sorry, Sarah. I keep the plan of the area that shows the 3 lots and the other 2 buildings. Actually, this doesn't show the whole scope of the project. There's another plan that shows, because we're doing this work across those other 2 buildings at 340 and 350 Esplanade. Do you have a plan that shows the whole project? I think I saw it in the technical appendices, but not in the not in this packet.
This is
City Clerk, can you go to packet page 354, please?
Okay, we can start here. So this is part of the project. Well, this is all the bluff reinforcement. So this, from what I understand, so the blue dotted line is the new seawall at the base of the building. So this project proposes not just protection at the 3 vacant lots that the city owns, but at the 2 adjacent lots at 340 and 350 Esplanade. So I wanted to understand what discussions and agreements are in place with those owners, and whether we've talked about any cost sharing, since the work that we're doing here would help protect their buildings as well.
I'm not aware of any cost sharings, and I understand that the city has had discussions with the property owners for 340 and 360, but I do not know the context of those conversations.
So I can chime in and say, well, there have been some conversations with those property owners. Whether we're able to negotiate anything with them is separate from, this project and the certification of the EIR. And I think Deputy Director Yip can speak to, more importantly, the requirement for the longevity of this project, that it does tie into the other seawall. So in order to have this project occur, it has to include going all the way and tying into the other seawall for it to be feasible. And there's no requirement, or we can't require the property owner to contribute funding to it. It's in order for this to protect city property, this is the design that it needs to be. And Director, please correct that if I'm wrong.
No, that's correct. And actually, just to clarify that, I was involved with staff I think it was in 2016 or when they first started discussing this with the neighboring property owners, and they did, and my understanding was those discussions were not proving fruitful. I got asked whether or not we could impose this requirement on the property owners to share. Our conclusion was that no, we could legally not require that. My next job was to determine, okay, number one, I asked staff, is this project, the entire project, including the 340 properties and beyond, is that required to protect those properties as part of this project? The answer was yes, as City Manager Woodhouse indicated. My next analysis was, okay, we are providing a benefit to this community. Is that a gift of public funds? The answer is no, it's not, because in fact, we cannot produce or construct the project without constructing it as one.
Okay. Thank you. That's really helpful. Maybe Mary asked the question of how long do you think it'll take to permit and build this project at this point in the process?
Well, to build the project, we're estimating that the construction season would be April 15th to October 15th. And to permit, that's, I'll leave it up to Roland.
It's hard to say with the
Stephanie.
Coastal Commission. Just your best guess.
Yeah, it's really hard to say. Do you know how long we've been doing it for? We have other permit applications with Coastal Commission that have taken close to 2 years. So it's really hard to say. It's based on the required application materials and how quickly we can answer their questions. That's really the main reason for that extension of time for that application review.
Okay. I'm just playing devil's advocate, but I don't think it matters, right? If, I know the building at 340 Esplanade is really close to the edge right now, and, you know, given episodic bluff erosion, I mean, we've seen it on the other side of Esplanade in the 500 block, 40 feet overnight with one of the homes there. So in the case that in this 2 or 3 year processing of permitting and that building is not, is potentially red tagged, that doesn't really change the project, right, it seems.
No, there'd be some realignment of walls, but the concept that we've got this unprotected section of bluff, and the idea is to mitigate that by constructing a seawall between the 2 existing seawalls.
Well, it seems like if we've learned anything this year, it's that we have to be working with Coastal Commission like throughout a project. And so I know that you had mentioned there's new staff, so that says to me that there hasn't been discussions with the new staff about this. And so that, I think, that concerns me a little bit, just because I feel like I've learned that this is what we have to do from the very beginning and all the way through. So, you know, I feel like we're going to be throwing something up to see if it sticks and see what the Coastal Commission says. But if they haven't been a part of these discussions all along, it just doesn't seem, do you see what I'm saying? Like, do you?
I agree deeply with
You were
that
talking, even with the GGNRA, right? Like, we have to start talking to the Coastal Commission right now.
Right, and to the best of my knowledge, GGNRA immediately spoke to them and started getting feedback. So that point is well taken, that we need to make sure that Coastal are our partners. We need to know exactly what they're thinking right now, not later.
And well, I'll start and
Isn't that
then.
going on already? I mean, I recognize that staff change, but you've been having conversations with the staff that are in place at this time.
Okay.
That feedback letter.
Right.
Which is
Okay.
a recent communication.
Yeah, what I would say, and then Acting Deputy Director Cervantes can chime in, is that, yes, we've been working with Coastal staff as an they might have staff changes, but as an organization, they're very aware of this project and they're on record with their comments.
Yeah.
Submittal of the EIR is a requirement to them to begin the permitting process. So we cannot get definitive answers and input from them until we get through this milestone.
Okay, thank you.
And Stephanie, please chime in.
Yes, I was just going to add that although there is new staff at the Coastal Commission, there's still existing staff as well. So there is that continuity of staff at the Coastal Commission that we have that contact with.
Thank you so much.
So we've gotten feedback from folks who are there now, and it's just new eyes are going to be looking at it also?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
This might be a good time to go. I do have specific questions about their letter and our responses, so it might be a good transition to that.
Can we take a break?
Oh, yeah.
If you can give me a chapter
Yeah.
reference for the part that you're talking about, that would be helpful.
Yeah.
And you're going to do
Okay, yes, it is, sorry, 9:31. We'll be back at 9:41.
I'm running out already.
Recording stopped.
Packet page 6.
Back, so at least all of council is here.
Unless I grab more liquor.
Go ahead. Sorry, I shouldn't have started us. Okay. Okay. Christine,
Oh, are we ready? No, we're missing Mary.
she's right there.
Oh, there she is, okay. Okay.
Okay.
So the Coastal Commission's letter is on packet page 621, and staff responses are on 625. And they're numbered, so I'm going to go by the numbers. I don't need to go through all their questions, but I have questions on a few of them.
I'm glad I plugged this in.
621 to 625?
Yeah, so starting on 621, project description 1 that's identified as response B1. In the middle, tell me when you're there. Okay. So it says, provide a written explanation and accompanying graphic to illustrate the infrastructure and/or other development present that the armoring is supposed to protect, including anticipated remaining life, date of construction, permit history, et cetera. So there's a bit of a description and not very much of a permit history that I could find in the response. I should back up. My intention in asking these questions is really to make sure we have the best application we have so it doesn't get brought back, right? That we're truly answering their questions. And so there's a few spots where I feel like we haven't. So that's what I want to clarify. So when they say accompanying graphic, what first came to my mind was what we did for the BBERT project. And I sent an image to the city manager and city attorney from that project, where it's really the surveyor that provides a plan that lays out all the utilities in the streets, where the sewer lines are, where the water lines are, where the electrical lines are, so we know exactly what's in the street. And that seems to me what they're asking for here, and we have not done that. And so I just wanted to, or I have not seen that in this packet, I should say. I can't say that we haven't done it. Because we haven't seen the full construction drawing. So perhaps you can clarify if that information is somewhere, because the written response doesn't really say that we're providing the graphic.
I'm going to pass this one to Mike from MIG.
Mr. Campbell, if you're there and hearing this, there's a question that you can chime in on. In the meantime, I do want to just globally.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I have a different view on my screen here. What I was saying was that we did try to address the history of the development of the infrastructure on Esplanade Avenue. We did have a fairly lengthy discussion with Public Works staff and trying to track down track maps, subdivision maps, anything that would show when that infrastructure was originally developed. But as far as, diagrams and things in response to their comment on the EIR, it didn't seem like it was a necessary thing that we needed to actually add to the EIR. It wouldn't really provide enough basis for additional analysis of the impacts. So that's why, there is no drawing that we put in there that really satisfies that question. The best we could do was try to track down the history and describe that for them.
I guess I disagree, because I think this goes to, and further down when they talk about the infrastructure and the need to consider managed retreat and to really understand the infrastructure that is there in the street and the value and replacement value of that. And again, this is a job, I mean, I know I'm an architect, I worked with surveyors. This is a job that surveyors do. They locate all the infrastructure in the street and put it on a drawing. So it's not something that's impossible to do. And besides this letter from the Coastal Commission, there was a letter in the notice of preparation, and a lot of these comments are the same. And so this is where this concerns me, that we're not really paying attention closely to what they're asking for, and that, you know, it might end up causing us problems if we're not giving them the information they need to fully make their decisions.
And Councilmember Bowles, if I may chime in here and again turn to staff to elaborate, but I just want to mention about process here. So we're considering and submitting an EIR. There are not designs for this project yet. It's conceptual designs. We're considering the EIR to submit the project and apply to the Coastal Commission. That will begin an iterative process for the permitting and project detail discussion with the Coastal Commission. The city wouldn't normally expend extra money on consultants and surveying for a lot of project-related details until we can get to that specific point and requirement in discussion with the Coastal Commission. So they may come back and in terms of reviewing our application and say, well, this part is complete, you need to provide more information, and we'll do that at that time. But we don't know that, and we can't guess what they're going to require. Just a comment letter on the EIR is not a requirement for us to do that. And so I guess I would just, from a process perspective, I would point that out in terms of project details, and I'll again turn to staff to elaborate on that as necessary.
Yes, just to add on to City Manager Woodhouse, this is common for us to be taking on this type of request with the Coastal Commission permitting. We have done so with our other projects. They will request similar items, permitting history, utilities, as-built, and we can look into it further as we get into the permitting phase.
Okay, I'll let it go for now. I think it does come up later in their EIR comment, though, the importance of this information. So, okay, and then we've talked a little bit about the 30-year lifespan and what the long-term plans are afterwards. Obviously, we heard a lot of public comments from people concerned that we're not doing long-term planning, that, you know, these are kind of Band-Aid of projects that we're doing. And again, this comment was in both the NOP and this letter for the Coastal Commission. One insight I want to share that actually Council Members Beckmeyer and Mayor Valois were both in this wonderful meeting of the Coastal Cities Working Group recently, where Santa Cruz was presenting their coastal projects, which included some new armoring for West Cliff Drive. And one of the things their Public Works official, or maybe it was the planning, I'm not sure, they both spoke in the presentation, that as they came to the Coastal Commission with seawall hard armoring projects on West Cliff Drive, I think there were 2 sections of seawall that they were looking to replace because the road is collapsing. Their input from the Coastal Commissions, they were really hesitant to look and approve those projects, and it was really helpful in their permit approvals to be able to say that they were doing longer-term projects and planning and actually even retreat of the roadway, not immediately, but in the long term. So, you know, I'm not going to say any more here, but I want to say that I believe it's becoming more and more important that, I mean, we say we don't, I mean, a lot of communities members don't want managed retreat, but the truth is this kind of armoring is, in my view, is a tool of managed retreat, right? We're slowing it down so that we can do longer term planning because the ocean's going to keep winning in the end, right? I mean, this project is only being designed, you know, for 30 years. And it takes a long time to plan them to move infrastructure and buildings and roads and so forth. And so I think I think that's the work that we really need to be starting and soon. And I see them asking for it here, so I'm just saying we might come up with that again in your discussions with them. And I mean, tell me if you've heard something differently, but I was really struck by that in the Santa Cruz presentation.
My opinion is that we are addressing that longer-term planning with our request to the Army Corps for looking at that whole portion of our coastline. I think that's where the detail will come in that project. I mean, that's our start at it, which we've been working on for a little while now. I don't know if you're proposing a different type of.
Well, I don't really know the full extent of the Army Corps project because I haven't seen that proposal, and obviously we don't have that grant funding yet. But no, maybe even just telling them in this letter we're trying to get this Army Corps determination, and we are hoping to do some more long-term planning. I mean, whatever we do to tell them that we're not just looking at this immediate little Band-Aid fix, right? I think would help our permitting.
I was listening to that meeting, but does Westcliff Drive have infrastructure underneath?
I know, it's a little bit different.
It's a little different.
Yeah.
It makes a difference if it's just a roadway or infrastructure.
Oh, shoot. Sorry, I'm losing my questions.
I think that's what caused the problem to begin with.
Sorry, I had those questions on a particular page, and now I'm struggling to find them again. I'm going to go down. Okay, so their comment that's noted as B6 about staging and ESHA, and there was I think a similar comment from the Coastal Conservancy. So I think this relates to the staging area on the other side at 400 Esplanade. So I guess the first question is has that staging area been included in the EIR, and did we look at ESHA there across from Manor?
I'd like to pass this to Mike.
Yeah, we did discuss that in the EIR. We identified that as a coastal habitat zone. That area on the south that's proposed for a staging area. The issue of habitat protection there or danger to wildlife was addressed through a mitigation measure that we included for nesting bird, pre-construction nesting bird surveys. It covers all types of birds that occur in the coastal areas, in the bluffs. That particular habitat zone could potentially include nesting birds. And so we have mitigation in the EIR that requires pre-construction surveys, so that whatever may be there at the time when start using that area for staging, the pre-construction surveys would be required before anything happens there. So there is some protection built into that particular area.
I think. Sorry, a broader question is whether this is an ESHA, right, environmentally sensitive habitat, as defined. And we know as we're updating our local coastal plan right now that the Coastal Commission considers dunes as ESHA, and I'm assuming that this area is officially dunes. So I mean, I've seen the analysis of the birds, but the question is this potentially ESHA, and has that been analyzed?
Yeah, the biologists on our team did review that. They did not identify that particular stretch as ESHA, and that's why there was, that's why we addressed it the way we did.
Okay. Sorry, I wanted to pull up Can you just read your response to the Coastal Commission for that particular item to clarify?
Yeah, let me find that. Let's see here. The south staging area is proposed because of its adjacency to the existing beach trail. Let's see. Sensitive and critical habitat map contained in the certification draft local coastal land use plan contains the following disclaimer. The preliminary delineation of ESHA boundaries does not include an exhaustive compilation of the habitat areas that meet the ESHA definition. Site-specific biological evaluations and field observations shall be required to identify ESHAs and other special status resources that may not have been included in the literature and database review. So the biological assessment prepared for the project site by MIG that was included in the city's CDP application as Appendix H, also included as Appendix D in the draft EIR, stated that there are no mapped ESHAs within or nearby the study area. Given the disclaimer in the LCLUP map, the precise boundaries of the ESHA designation shown near the proposed southern staging area should not necessarily be interpreted as including the actual staging area, which consists of an approximately 7,500 square foot area extending from the edge of Esplanade Avenue to approximately 40 feet from the edge of the bluff. This area is devoid of vegetation, although the edge and the face of the bluff are vegetated.
Yeah, I guess I read all that and didn't really hear a clear answer, but I guess the Coastal Commission will follow up if they think that the analysis isn't enough.
Yeah, and our biologists will be working directly on the permitting for those areas, so they'll, that may well come up and they'll continue that discussion.
Okay.
But for the purpose of the EIR, we did conduct an analysis, and that was the conclusion.
Okay. And then I wanted to go to the EIR options, and that includes a Coastal Commission comment too.
And what page?
So the EIR options are starting on page 290, the no project option. Alternatives, right. So I know one of the comments from the Coastal Commission is that the no project alternative should include the removal of the non-permitted revetment. So I'm guessing that means that all the rocks that are in front of all these projects, I believe I saw reference that they were put in with emergency permits but not followed up with the proper coastal development permits and mitigations. So I just wanted to make sure that was included in the revisions.
Let's see. Sorry, I need to reference that comment number. B13. Okay, let me find that. For B13, yeah, we basically just said comment noted. It did not include a discussion of that. That was a suggestion, I think, on behalf of the Coastal Commission, and we were agreeable to it, basically.
Okay.
Every time it says comment noted, I took that to mean it was actually taken well, and
Yeah, I don't know if it's actually been included in the document or not, right, as a revision.
No, there was no revision made to the document in response to that comment.
Oh, well, it sounds like they want that.
Well, we need, yeah, I mean.
Okay, well, I'll keep going. I'm just making the point.
so when it says no comment, does that mean that you're ready to address it when this does come before Coastal Commission? Is that the gist?
When we respond with a comment noted, typically in agreement with the comment, if it depends on what the comment is saying, if it's, something that's requiring some action, then we'll either add a revision in the errata section of the final EIR, or if not, then it doesn't get included. And in this case, maybe that's something that would require additional discussion with the city. But as far as the no project alternative, a no project alternative basically describes the existing condition as being left as it is. And I guess it was our feeling that that did not include the removal of the previous seawall that was there.
And Councilmember Bowles, if I could just, elaborate a little bit on some of your questions. And when you're asking for questions about what the Coastal Commission asked for and how the EIR consultant responded to it, keep in mind that the EIR consultant only has to respond to the comment to the extent that it's required to assure that the legal adequacy of the EIR document itself. Doesn't mean that those comments that you're making shouldn't be addressed with the Coastal Commission, but the EIR consultant and your exercise tonight, which is to determine whether or not you can certify the EIR, is based on whether or not the EIR is legally adequate. And that comment and that response to comment, as it exists today, does not impact the legal validity of the EIR. So I just want to make sure that when you're asking these questions that we put them in sort of different buckets.
I think I understand that. I mean, the issue I'm having is we're certifying this EIR as it is, right? And
You're certifying the legal adequacy of the EIR. That is what you're doing.
Right.
And as staff has indicated before, this is different than when you normally certify an EIR, because normally when you're certifying an EIR, you're also certifying the EIR in anticipation of approving the project. And that's not what's happening tonight. You are not approving the project. We don't approve the project. The Coastal Commission will approve the project. We are just certifying the legal adequacy of the EIR for purposes of submitting the project to the Coastal Commission.
I was also confused about that, so thank you for saying that, because that's where my mind was.
Yeah.
That we are certifying the EIR to then approve the project.
And you're not approving the project, correct. Thank you.
So we don't have any approval of the project at all, just the budget at the end is what you're saying.
Well, ultimately, it's going to be the Coastal Commission. I mean, we're the applicant, so we are involved. But in terms of permitting the project, that comes from the Coastal Commission.
And related, just historically, it may have been mentioned in the background, but I do want to remind the council that in 2018, the City Council approved and directed the preferred alternative for this project. And that kickstarted Cotton Shire's work and the MIG's work, the EIR development work for it.
Okay.
On proposed action number 2, it says approve project as defined and analyzed in the EIR and proceed therewith by applying to the Coastal Commission permit. So
that seems to contradict what you just said.
Yeah, maybe you can explain the difference between what it's saying here and what I understand.
Yes, I can respond.
And I think Ms. Cervantes.
Yeah, Ms. Cervantes can respond to that.
Yeah, so when, in the action, essentially we determined that the council could not certify the final EIR without approving the project description as it's defined and analyzed in the EIR. So essentially when we say approve the project, you're approving the project description that is included in the EIR and was analyzed. You're not approving the project as in approving permits for the project. That will be done by a Coastal Commission.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's hard in this gray zone to know what to say. I mean, the next option I was going to talk about was the sand nourishment, which the Coastal Commission is questioning that we really gave enough information to really be able to consider that as an alternative. And so that seems like a valid thing to
Yeah,
question.
that's a question for the EIR consultant.
Okay.
That he should address.
Okay, maybe I'll just check with you before I get into the details.
No, I don't mean to curtail your questions. I just want you to understand there's some hesitancy you've noticed from staff and the consultants, and it's because I just want to make sure that we're all talking about the same issue when you're asking your questions. That issue in terms of, is that one alternative adequate for purposes of the EIR?
Right.
That is what you should be asking the consultant.
Okay, well, that's where I am now. No, so thank you. So their comment on alternatives 3, which is our note B14, says the sand replenishment alternative notes that it is likely and feasible as sand rapidly moved from the beach under winter storm conditions. While this may be the case for this alternative, this fact should be evaluated in more depth for the selected project as well, especially given that the proposed project would cut off sand supply to the beach, fronting the toe of the bluff, and thus impact wave dynamics and subsequent bluff erosion. So they're asking for more analysis of that option. And just the things that I noticed, so the response says that sand replenishment is repetitive and limitless, but I mean, I know that we've done this for the BBERT project where we've estimated how many sand replenishments we would need for that. So over the 50-year period of that project. So it seems like we could do that for this analysis too. And if I remember right, I think we had, beyond the initial replenishment, maybe there were 2 more over the 50-year lifespan of BBERT. And then the analysis says that this doesn't meet the objectives because it doesn't build a seawall, but it also, on page 299, says the sand nourishment would halt toe erosion. So maybe a seawall is not needed. Has that really been studied if we do sand nourishment? And then it also says the staging area and the park could not be built, but the staging area is not needed if we're not doing the sand nourishment. And there's no prohibition on building the park if we do the sand nourishment. That's really a whole separate project that's happening at the end of the seawall too. So I'm just really concerned that we haven't really analyzed that as an option. And I know other cities, like we just heard from San Clemente, is really pursuing sand nourishment as a top option now over hard armoring.
So if I can get clarity, so are you saying that you think that the purpose for the range of reasonable alternatives is so that the body can determine whether or not the alternative that is proposed as part of the project description is the appropriate?
Is the least environmentally damaging solution. That's
correct.
What
and so
wants.
What the appropriate question for the consultant is that alternative, the sand nourishment, a reasonable alternative that you have appropriately analyzed? And that is what he was going to answer.
Right.
Now, in terms of whether or not it's the council's preferred alternative, that is not something that he can answer.
Right.
That is something that the council would answer. And all of that response or analysis that you just referred to, you have to keep in mind that in terms of the project and what meets the project, it's based on what that project description is, which is what, as you know, Acting Director Cervantes said, is what the council is approving. You're approving that project description because that is what the reasonable alternatives are geared towards analyzing, right? Do they meet the project objectives as described in the project description? But we should have the EIR consultant answer your question in terms of his analysis and whether or not he feels that that alternative that you are, the sand nourishment alternative, is adequately analyzed for purposes of adequacy of the EIR. So.
Right, and in response to that, The other thing that to note is that CEQA does not require a fully detailed analysis of each of the alternatives. And in this case, you know, we have to rely on experts in the subject matter. And so what we did is we went back and revised that discussion based on information provided by Cotton Shires, who are experts in this subject and we're working on this project a long time. So we feel that the response was adequate. The other thing that's in an alternatives analysis that you have to address is how well it addresses the objectives of the project. And for those reasons, it didn't come out as the preferred alternative. So I think, you know, by the terms of CEQA, we did an adequate job of responding to that question. Or that comment, I'm sorry, by the Coastal Conservancy, or Coastal Commission.
But I really think that without knowing how many nourishments you're talking about, I mean, repetitive and limitless isn't really true over a certain period of time. Repetitive, sure. That 2 times, is it 20 times? You know, that would have different impacts on number of trucks and other things. But like I said, I didn't agree with the analysis that said, because it says on page 299, it would halt tow erosion. So that meets the benefits of the seawall. The staging area is not needed because you don't have all this equipment you need to get up and down to build the seawall, and the park could be built. So anyway, I don't think it's been properly analyzed.
Councilmember Bowles, and this is a question for Mr. Campbell as well. In looking at the EIR description on packet page 299, the statement that's made is that it is unlikely that sand nourishment would be sustainable, and that sand replenishment would also not provide similar lateral support to the bluff that would result from using a structural approach. So if we want to spend more time on this, I'd ask Mr. Campbell to describe some of the findings regarding it not being sustainable.
I think the main reason that it was found unsustainable is because there was no way of knowing how many potential trucks could occur in the future. There was no end limit to it, so to speak. So it was hard to really make a finding on whether it's sustainable or not. We would probably have to assume the worst, as a conservative assumption. There was just, it's kind of a big unknown. We didn't have enough empirical evidence. We didn't have enough studies to look at in order to make that determination. But it seemed reasonable to assume that it could go on endlessly. There was no end to it, which would make it unsustainable.
Yeah, we're looking at a project that totals about $14 million, of which we'd pay $2 million. Beach nourishment, my understanding is not inexpensive. Over here, in conjunction with BBURP, we understand that with Maury Point, we have a groin, so there's some mechanism whereby sand retention is more likely than not, and so it's contained within the context of that project. Which, by the way, when the conversation happened, I exhibited some level of skepticism over beach nourishment there, knowing that we have a natural formed groin. Now, that being said, there are members of the community who have reached out in terms of natural adaptive strategies that might aid in sand retention in the long term. And frankly, within the next week, I'm going to be reviewing some of that material further, sharing with city manager to share with others to maybe bring it forward as, say, a part 2 for Beach Boulevard Resiliency Project, et cetera. But in terms of what we're looking at right here, we're looking at $2 million to gain us 30 years to figure out long-term planning versus indeterminate sand nourishment to gain us 30 years of long-term planning.
I'll let go, but I was just going to say that GHD did that analysis for here, and Maury Point doesn't really help. It's because it's too far, at least for Beach Boulevard. So I think it's possible, and I think the Coastal Commission is asking for it, and that's why I bring this up, because again, I'm not sure that they're going to be happy with this analysis, but I'll leave it at that. The more important one that they bring up, and I think this is at the beginning, I'm trying to remember where this is in their letter, is really whether the EIR needs to analyze the managed retreat option. And again, this was noted in their previous comment letter where it talked about retreat of infrastructure. This is on page 623. They specifically say, Coastal Commission staff is unable to concur with the conclusion that this option does not merit further consideration. Cost analysis of long-term bluff protection versus infrastructure move. And from what I understand, this is mostly the cost of the sewer, according to the vulnerability assessment. So you were just saying that the cost of that, reconfiguring the road and the sewer, was an $8 million project. This is now 14. So I think we need to analyze that, not necessarily that that's our choice, but that is something that they require us to analyze.
And I want to make sure to go back and put a caveat on Deputy Director Yip's, statement about $8 million. That was a very limited scope for what infrastructure changes would need to occur. If you're talking about managed retreat in this area, you're talking about moving of streets, you're talking about takings of houses, you're talking about water and sewer infrastructure. And so while we don't have all those costs, we know from our Beach Boulevard Infrastructure Resiliency Project analysis about all of that the cost impacts are enormous in doing that. And they don't also, that's a very long-term process. And so one of the project objectives here is the emergency protection of the infrastructure and the street and access to those houses and the naturally affordable housing that exists there. So I think
I understand it's expensive, but I'm just saying that they're asking for the analysis, and
again, going back to going back to the sufficiency of this EIR, right? As separate, is it legally sufficient? Separate from what an agency might comment about it, that's going to be potentially a future conversation and topic with the Coastal Commission during permitting, and maybe we'll need to do some more research or analysis about potential costs. But that's part of that permitting process, not the legal adequacy of the EIR certification.
Thank you. But we did discuss a few other issues. Let me just quote from the section here. And again, keeping in mind that under CEQA, you don't need to, provide every last detail. But what we did say was that the stability of the adjacent bluffs could be impacted by making future predictions of how much area would be subject to managed retreat difficult. For an urbanized area with existing infrastructure as well as structures, the cost of relocation and compensation may also be prohibitive. It's also uncertain when geomorphic stability would be achieved under a managed retreat plan, and the continued erosion of the oversteepened and unstable bluffs would also pose a continued risk to the public, especially along the beach under the bluffs. The timing for moving infrastructure such as water and wastewater lines and planning for construction of a new pump station is lengthy and may require acquisition of private easements, the success of which would not be guaranteed. So we did throw a few other reasons in there. It wasn't just the cost of relocating the infrastructure alone.
So do you think that their comment that that this option does not merit further consideration and detail is not necessary?
I'm saying
for the adequacy of the EIR?
For the sake of the EIR, I think that's an adequate description and adequate analysis by CEQA definition.
Okay. Well, we'll see what they say. I do want to object to, there's a phrase in on page 345 of the EIR. Let me find that. So that's all, the managed retreat alternative considered but rejected. Oh gosh, it's about 2/3 of the way down. It says, furthermore, the City of Pacifica City Council deemed managed retreat infeasible in the city's most recent sea level rise adaptation plan for this area. So one, that's not true. The adaptation plan does show managed retreat as a valid long-term option for this area. So I'd like a correction to that. And then we've just been having local coastal plan discussions here, and actually in the minutes of the agenda here today on packet page 37, Planning Director Murdoch specifically says we do not have an anti-managed retreat policy. So is it possible to strike that line?
Well, we should not be getting into editing the EIR, but that question should be answered by Mr. Campbell in terms of what is your response to that question by Councilmember Bowles, Mr. Campbell?
My answer is that what we wrote in the EIR was based on the best information we had available at the time. And if we got that wrong somehow, somewhere, then maybe a retraction would be justifiable. But at this stage in the process, I'm not sure how we do that.
Yeah, I don't think we can edit the EIR at this point. I mean, that document has been circulated. It is, for approval. We would have to go back and reanalyze whether or not, based on direction tonight, that is adequate analysis for purposes of changing that conclusion that's in the EIR. So,
particularly in the context of an alternatives discussion in the EIR. I mean, this is
correct.
not, making any impact statement or anything like that. The question is this analysis of this alternative adequate under CEQA? And personally, I believe it is.
And I would offer that, keep in mind that the LCLUP adopted by the council is the 2019 LCLUP or whatever the year was, the one, that we're talking about amending now, but that's not the one. And that's the document that does exclude managed retreat as alternatives.
This talks about the adaptation plan, not the LCLUP in that statement.
So I was going to follow up on your statement on that. Christine, what was your reference on why the adaptation plan or where the adaptation plan says managed retreat is a reasonable choice for this time frame?
Yeah, I can pull it up if you want. It's in the adaptation strategies by area.
But I don't believe it's for this time frame. I think it's a longer term consideration.
Well,
I didn't bring that binder with me tonight, so I don't have it.
I'll try to look it up if we have a little bit of a break. Anyway, so basically you're telling us we can't change anything on this document tonight. So it's either we vote yes or no.
Essentially, you could direct it back to staff to get more analysis.
Okay.
But I'm not comfortable advising the consultants to go ahead and make edits to the EIR that they haven't thoroughly analyzed and I haven't thoroughly analyzed. I wouldn't think that Mr. Campbell or MIG, the consultant, would want to make that kind of change or edit into their document without doing their own analysis. So I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm saying that it could not be done tonight. It would have to go back And then we'd have to bring this back to the council for certification at a later date.
Okay, well, let me just get to my other questions, and I'll try to be fast, because we're all getting tired. So mitigations, page 252. So the top paragraph there, and I don't know if this is the official mitigation plan, so maybe it's not and it's irrelevant, but it says a mitigation monitoring program would therefore be required for the San Carlos focused general plan update EIR.
Yeah. Apologies for that.
252. The very top of the page, it refers to the San Carlos EIR, general plan EIR update. So does that matter?
I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Campbell?
if you could direct me to the mitigation measure title. I don't have the same document that you have in front of me.
Oh. Maybe staff can do that.
Basically, it says San Carlos instead of Pacifica.
And general plan instead of?
Oh, that's just that's just an administrative error. That's just a typo, essentially. Mr. Campbell, I think it's just a typo in the EIR. You refer to San Carlos and
Okay. Oh, I see it now. Yeah, it's in the first paragraph in the MMOP. Okay. Yeah, no, that's all that was.
correct.
Mistake on our part.
So it doesn't really matter because it's not really part of the mitigation plan? Is that-
He can fix that. That's just a typographical error.
Because he doesn't have to go back and do more research
Correct,
about it.
because it does not require more analysis to do
Analysis.
that. That's, that would be like, a misspelled word.
Yeah.
There was one. It said sand. Not
Okay.
sand. Oh, sorry.
And then there were comment letters from a consultant from the owner of 340 Esplanade on page, starting on, wait. Sorry, no, I might not be on the right page. I think 665 is what I wrote down. Let me see if that's right. Yeah, 6 and 653, I think, is where the comment letter came from. So they asked to add a statement that there's a possibility that bluff erosion rates over time normalize to lower rates more consistent with historic rates. And I would certainly like to know more about what evidence you have for that, because the new Ocean Protection Council guidance actually I got a quote. Sea level rise, when combined with extreme storms and higher tides, will result in accelerated cliff and bluff erosion, coastal flooding, and beach loss, and mobilization of subsurface contaminants. So instead of normalizing, it could actually get worse. So I really object to that statement being added.
Yeah, I would defer to David Schreier on the technical validity of that statement. I'm sure we had discussed it before we printed that response.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. I'm being asked to comment on RJR's letter.
Or on the change of bluff erosion rates and whether they would normalize to lower rates or whether they might actually get worse, as was recently stated in the Ocean Protection Council guidance.
Is that a statement that the EIR consultant makes, or is that a comment that.
It was added to the errata, so it was changes to the EIR that were made. This comment was incorporated.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, it was in the response. Yeah, I mean, again, we would refer to our technical experts when we come up with these responses. So I'm sure that was based with some conversation that we had or some research that we did. Yeah.
And anything could happen. I mean, it could get higher, it could get lower, anything can happen.
It's been worse the last 2 years, and it's going to continue getting worse with the storms that we're getting.
Because you know that, right?
Because the Ocean Protection Council has said that. I'm objecting to the normalization. I'm not saying we have to say that it's going to get worse. I don't know scientifically where this information came from and how it got validated.
I don't know how you want me to respond. Like I said, I can't substantiate the research that we did. We typically consult with the project geologist on technical issues like that. And I'd be happy to go back and look for that and get back to you on that.
Okay. Well, let me just move on, and if perhaps David is looking for that. I just, for the community, I just have a couple of other questions that aren't EIR related. Since we're not really reviewing the project again later, it seems like. On packet page 243 at the bottom, it says that the trail to the beach at 100 Esplanade, which is the ocean air path, is going to have workers and small machinery using that. So I don't know if that's been studied in the EIR, if there's any specific information you have about effects to public access from using this trail for construction, people and materials.
I think what we stated in the EIR was that access wouldn't be affected.
Yes, the
and
EIR says the access wouldn't be affected, but page 243 says we would be using this for construction access.
I wasn't aware of that. I'm sorry. Again, I'd have to look that up.
If I may, Councilmember Bowles and Mr. Campbell, could you check on packet page 617? So the final EIR should make it clear to mention the existing public access trail at 100 Esplanade. It was added because of the future restoration / passive recreation area proposed by the project Bluff Top. That's the reason that area was added to the EIR. Could you confirm that?
Are you talking about page 617 in the draft EIR?
It's packet page 617 of the meeting agenda, not the, let me see, I can find the associated EIR page one second here.
That would be helpful. Thank you. I don't have the same packet materials that you do.
So one portion of it is within the Coastal Conservancy's response letter, is comment A2-2. So I believe there was a response to a similar question in A-2-1, A-2-2, A-2-3 from the Coastal Conservancy's letter.
Yeah, I think I saw all those, but they didn't really address 100 Esplanade. It was more for the other one.
If I may, I would anticipate that.
My internet cut out. I apologize for that. So getting back to the question, if I could, Roland, our response is the existing 100 block access trail provides public access. It was discussed in the aesthetics. Not impact public access to the beach and trails. Yeah, I think the question or the comment in A2-2 I'm sorry, those were difficult questions to answer because they were in response to two different sets of emails from, a long time ago. But I think what the point of the response was that the comment about the bluff access being impacted by the riprap on the beach didn't make sense, was unsubstantiated. And what we said is the project includes removal of the riprap in the immediate vicinity of the proposed seawall, which expands from the northernmost point of the 100 block to approximately the southern end of the 340 property. But the existing trail, access trail that he's referring to was 1,100 feet south of this location. So I think what he was talking about was the access trail opposite Manor Drive. So I think we were just trying to make a clarification there. But as far as I'm aware, the EIR did not, the EIR in more than one spot states that the access at the 100 block wouldn't be impacted.
So does the fact that workers and small machinery are going to use that path impact it?
That would be the assumption.
So that means the EIR hasn't assessed those impacts.
It means that what the EIR is stating is that access to the public wouldn't be impaired, even if there are, workers or small equipment or whatever using it.
Correct, that it's not that they did not analyze it. What the consultant is saying is that they did analyze it and they did not find any significant impacts to public access.
Right.
That is what he's saying. Okay. Even though there will be workers there. And that's a conclusion that the EIR consultant has made.
Okay, I didn't see any analysis because I don't think he knew that the trail was going to be used until just now. So that's what was it really analyzed is my question for construction impacts?
It was analyzed, and that's why the document states what it is. I'm sorry that I can't, recall it's a 350-page document that we prepared.
Yeah, no, I understand that. And it's been a while. I just want to understand what the impacts are to the community if we're ever closing that trail because we are using it for construction. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of dogs up and down that trail all the time. So do we anticipate any closures at all of that path?
And based on the information that we have gotten from the city, There are no plans to close that path during the construction.
Okay, thank you. And then I just want the public to understand the work hours that are here. I'm concerned on their behalf. I'm sad there aren't residents from this area in this meeting today, but packet page 243 says work construction times are Monday to Friday, 7 to 7, Saturday and Sunday, 9 to 5, 260 days. Is that what we're expecting, the construction, so there's not a break at all? 7 days a week?
So
Go ahead.
There's two conditions. There could be, since this project we're planning to start during spring and ideally it would be in spring around April and then go into the winter time. There are conditions for rainy days, depending on the type of work that can get impacted, as well as the bird nesting season, which is not accounted for in the 260 days. So that could lead to a pause of work, depending those two conditions.
Okay. But otherwise, that's a pretty big impact to the community.
I want to say it in a way that doesn't come off as flip, because your point is well taken, and living in a work zone for a year is a heavy onus on the community. But at the same time, I think what we're trying to accomplish is ultimately, for far longer than a year, facilitating their greater ability to live in that space.
I understand that, but most of these people are renters, and we're proposing, what this says is giving them 14 days notice, and if I lived there and was renting, I might move away, for a year or so until it was done, and I would hope that we give people enough notice to have that opportunity.
I hear you as a lifelong renter. I think that sometimes it is what it is, and I'm hoping they're getting a good deal.
Mm-hmm.
And where do you see the 14?
That's on the 14th, sorry?
You said 14 days notice?
Yeah. I don't remember where that was, but I asked that question in my council questions.
Okay.
Okay, and can we talk about noise a little bit? Because could you just explain the noise that you're expecting? And I saw that in the technical errata, but I'm not a noise person, so I don't really know enough. So can you describe the impacts in simple terms for the community that's listening, and also why you thought a noise barrier was needed on Esplanade, but not towards the apartment buildings?
So before you answer that question, it is 10:45, so I'd like to do a time check. Before making a motion, I guess I'd like an understanding of how many questions you may have.
I'm almost done.
So we're talking 20 minutes on this item, 5 minutes on this item?
And then we have one more item, the budget, that might take a while. So.
Right, so I'm asking how much time you might need on this before I turn to staff and ask how much time they might need on that.
I have 3 more questions, so 10 minutes, if their answers are short.
It's talking about budget, so I'm inclined to extend to midnight, and then if we finish sooner, great. So I make a motion to extend to midnight.
I'll second.
Please vote.
Waiting for one more vote light. No, I voted yes.
I might have pushed the wrong button.
The motion to extend to midnight by Councilmember Big Stick and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Beckmeyer passes unanimously. I do appreciate you noticing the 9 to 5 Saturday and Sunday, 7 to 7 Monday through Friday. That concerns me. Like, that's 7 days a week of work. I'm surprised to see that. And so it's those little details that I miss that I appreciate that you catch. I don't know if there's anything I can do about it, but I know that if there's not even one break in the week of where there's no construction, that just seems not fair to the community.
So can I jump in for a second?
Please.
So these are just our building permit hour requirements, but, similar to the Civic Center job, they are not working from 7 in the morning till 7 at night. They're not working, every single weekend. I mean, contractors have set hours, tend to be 40 hours a week or, less, similar to most of us. So that just allows those times to be available. So for example, with the Civic Center, because the contractor has been a bit behind, there's been some days they've said, hey, can we work a little later? Or can we work on a Saturday? Or, they haven't asked for a Sunday, but a Saturday. So that allows that flexibility to provide the contractor that time. They will not be working, 7 days a week. That's not going to happen.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
I'm sorry, if you can stay there for a minute, but I think the time frame of the 260 days and not being able to work when it's raining, what I'm reading into this is that they're trying to do as much as they can between April and October, right? So that might be 7 days a week so that you can get ahead of, all the grading and the major construction work before the rainy period starts.
So I have never seen a contractor in my 35 years of working on capital projects work 7 days a week. It's not going to happen. What would happen is the project would get extended out, similar to Civic Center.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully we can give some of that good news to the community when we start the project.
I might also add that one of the key factors for having that flexibility is taking advantage of tides.
Yes.
Especially at the beginning of the job when they're being on the beach.
Yeah.
And they can't work during high tides.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's what I figured.
And that's just the beginning of the job. Yeah, Kimberly, who's here in the audience, walks that beach, and I mean, often in the winter, there is no beach, right? So, yeah, you're really going to be restricted if the project is dragging out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so back to noise, if someone can answer my questions.
So just to summarize the noise impacts, the impacts are going to result from the construction activities. It's good. There are several pieces of equipment that will be necessary to use, pile drivers and vibratory drivers and things like that do produce, a lot of decibels essentially. And our analysis measured the ambient conditions out there, and given all of the input on the proposed construction equipment and the durations that they'll be used, modeled what the noise levels would end up being during the construction period. And because they exceeded the city's thresholds, we had to propose mitigation. So the mitigation measures that are in there would reduce those levels to below the city's thresholds. As far as the actual, physical improvements that would happen, one of the mitigation measures is a wall, essentially a sound barrier along the western side of Esplanade Avenue to protect the residents on the eastern side of the street. Those are the ones that would be directly affected, and the ones that could benefit from having a sound barrier there on the street. We did look at the option for protecting the buildings that are still there on the west side of the street. There was no way to physically build any kind of a structure that you could put adjacent to those buildings. It physically wasn't possible. There's no way to mitigate the sound impacts directly to those buildings that are there on the west side of the street. So, the mitigation measures that we developed were essentially create a sound mitigation reporting system, a plan, a noise reduction plan that can be reviewed by the community, having a contact person's name on there to talk to directly when the noise becomes an issue. So those are the mitigations that are proposed.
I'm sorry, I don't really understand, because we have the whole width of the Esplanade, and it's narrower in the other direction towards the street. So can you just explain a little bit more technically why a sound wall to the south, to the residents at 350 is not possible?
I know we looked at ways to get it, to bring those sound levels down in those buildings, and there was no way to physically attach or construct a wall or anything like that. The resulting height would have been too high. There's no way to attach it to the fence. I mean, we looked at ways to make that happen, and it wasn't feasible, so.
Well, how is it happening on the other side along Esplanade then?
It's not. The sound barrier would go along the west side of the roadway. And the intent is to protect the sensitive receptors on the opposite side of the street. But we couldn't do the same for the building immediately adjacent there on the west side of the street.
My understanding is that what's feasible is protecting the east side of the street, but that the dwelling, the buildings that are adjacent to where the work would be taking place, there wasn't a way to mitigate the sound from those buildings on the west side of the street. Is that correct?
That's essentially correct.
Well, I think we're getting our directions mixed up because west is to the ocean.
Right.
Right, so south is to the buildings at 340 Esplanade, north is to Esplanade. So my understanding is the sound barriers are happening somehow in parallel to Esplanade Avenue. Is that incorrect?
No, that's correct.
That's correct.
So how are they supported if they're tall? Because there's no structure there.
I don't know the details on the construction of them. Unfortunately, our acoustical experts weren't available tonight for the meeting, but to answer that level of technical question, again, I could have a conversation with them and get back to you on that.
Yeah, I'd like to know, because I mean, there's basically nothing supporting the wall in that location or next to the home, so I don't know why it's a different situation.
Councilmember Bowles, are you asking about the sort of project level design of those sound walls?
But it
Because I think that's a
relates to the
project-specific.
EIR and the noise. They're saying that the noise exceeds the city standards and that we're providing protection for these residents, but not for these residents. And I'm trying to understand why, because we're not meeting our requirements, right, in the EIR for noise.
Yeah, I think what the consultant was saying was that it's not feasible to protect the 340, 350 Esplanade from project noise, but it is feasible to put the sound protection along Esplanade to protect the
That's what he's
noise
saying,
from across the way. And the specific project design of that sound wall is not developed yet, has yet to be developed during project design and implementation.
The design of the wall, we do specify that the material of the wall, it has to be of a certain density. It can't have any gaps in it. I mean, there are certain specifications that we name in the EIR, but as far as how it's, what the foundations look like, or how it's anchored to the ground, I couldn't tell you that without talking to our experts. But they did state that, and this is standard noise mitigation when you're proposing a sound barrier. It has to be of a minimum density with no gaps in it. It has to be within a certain range of materials that you can use that are acceptable for that.
Yeah, I understand all that. I just don't see what the difference is, because it would be hard to install in both locations because there's nothing to attach it to. So I would like you to consider looking at expanding that because they're even closer to the noise, right, than the people across the street. So.
And you can give that direction separately to staff.
Okay.
What the consultant is saying is that for the legal adequacy of the EIR, they've done their analysis, and their analysis is that for 340 and 350, it's not feasible. Doesn't mean that the city can't consider at a later time.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I would like us to consider that. Okay, and then the EIR says to avoid generators if feasible. Can you confirm what generators would be used for? I think it's just for lighting, but wanted to confirm if there were other tools and so forth that needed power. And
and then whether the generators, both for noise and for particulate matter, assuming that those are diesel, were analyzed in the EIR.
Yeah, the generator noise and emissions were both analyzed in the EIR, in the air quality analysis and in the noise analysis. As far as the use and how many, that was all, those are details we don't, I mean, I think Mr. Yip can probably address that a little better. We don't have all of the construction details nailed down yet, but the assumption was that generators would be used, and they were built into the modeling for both the air emissions and the noise output.
Okay. Roland, do you have any more information about what they might be used for?
It was cited in the EIR here that it shall connect to existing electrical service at the site to avoid the use of stationary power generators if feasible. So there is a condition, there is a mitigation here that for them to do that.
But I don't think there's any power at the site.
In terms of the actual number of generators, I mean,
I think for the purposes of the modeling, we're being conservative and just assuming that at some point there would be generators.
Okay. Well, I'd just like to ask staff to try to find other ways. There's already so much noise here, and I would hate to impact the community more with generators. And, you know, perhaps if there's no other power, perhaps the owners at 340 Esplanade might be willing, since this project is helping them, and the lack of a generator would be beneficial to their residents. So if I can ask for those conversations to happen. The owner of that property was here earlier today, and I have his contact information if you don't. And then the planting also talks about hand watering, but there's no water on the site, and then who would be responsible for hand watering? And where would it come from?
Yeah, the EIR, the revegetation plan is just very conceptual at this point. We didn't discuss any details about who was going to do that, assuming it's a city project, and that would be one of the city departments.
I guess we could bring a water truck or so if we weren't able to find water on site. Okay, I guess that's it. Do you guys have any other questions? Did I tire everybody out? I'm sorry.
I did want to revisit the last statement that city attorney made about the request to staff for asking for further look at the sound mitigation as a separate action beyond certification of this EIR.
So
How would that be
You just
phrased?
ask staff or direct the city manager to bring back that item for future consideration.
Does that need to be a part of the motion, or are we just?
Well, during project, then that's I would bring this back to the project. If there's a majority of council that wants to do it, that's what they're doing.
Just simple direction, or is it a motion?
No, I would think that if there's a majority of the council that would like this considered, then you would want staff to comment on what that would look like. And I was just talking to the city manager, and he said that would most likely happen during project design. And so, what the direction could be, that staff during project design, would you please consider extending the sound wall? And staff will consider that and bring that back during project design. But the reason there would be a motion is because that kind of direction would require a majority vote. You wouldn't just want one council member to give that kind of a direction, because that is a lot of staff time and, staff work.
I was going to ask Mayor Pro Tem if that was her direction, and then if we have consensus, although if we need a formal motion, then that's the part I need to know, whether or not there's a formal motion or merely consensus.
Because the recommended action on packet page 239 has 4 enumerated items. And so what I was trying to ascertain in terms of being able to make a motion is how to incorporate that piece. If it would, as Councilmember Bigstick was asking, if it would be part of the motion, or would it be a separate item?
Well, I don't think it matters. I think that, what you could do is make a motion if whatever the council wants to do, either certify or if there's no action, that you don't have to make any motion.
Okay.
So if you're going to certify the EIR, you would make that motion to certify the EIR, and then after that motion, you would then say, and, I would also like to direct staff to bring this back and then see if there's a majority approval for that vote as well. You would want to tie it together to the certification of the EIR, because there may be council members who don't want.
I understand.
To provide that additional, so I would think 2 separate motions for this.
I got it. Thank you.
Madam, you got it?
Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, permission to make a motion.
Please.
I move to approve the following: certify final environmental impact report for 310 to 330 Esplanade Avenue Infrastructure Preservation Project. Approve project as defined and analyzed in the EIR and proceed therewith by applying to the California Coastal Commission for permits and approvals. Adopt CEQA findings and mitigation and monitoring report, and direct city staff to final notice of determination.
Can I just make a comment before there's a second? Is that
I think
okay?
you can make a comment after there's a second.
There has to be a second.
I second.
Okay. I guess I just want to be clear that I understand that this is necessary for us to do long-term planning. And I think that's the piece that we need to continue to talk about, so that we can, figure out how that's going to happen, where we're going to get the money to do that. And I will mention again that Supervisor Mueller has this vision, and so we need to get on with that. I think that's a really important part of this, because it's obvious that our bluffs are going to keep eroding no matter what we do. So it's really about how we can give ourselves enough time to then do the planning that it's going to take to
I think that when Supervisor Mueller brought that to the County Office of Emergency Preparedness, I actually spoke on it in real time.
As did I,
And
from vacation.
right, I was driving down the 280, I believe, or maybe it was the 101. Anyway, I was heading on to the 6th Street off ramp. No, but I think I've been so focused on the general investigation from Army Corps that I've actually lost sight of that. And so I'm looking forward to incorporating both approaches toward, I think, what I've consistently said I'm looking for in long-term planning, this being a step one and a powerful tool to facilitate the long-term planning I agree we desperately need in the long run.
Yeah. And if I can just say a couple, I really encourage us to keep working with the Coastal Commission and really having good dialogue, so that we make sure we're submitting projects that they don't have concerns about, that we're answering their questions, so that we don't, we've gone back and forth for so long on the LCLUP, and we don't have time to waste. The building at 350 Esplanade is probably within 8 feet of the bluff right now. That really could go in one winter. And so this really is urgent. And I just wanted to ask Michelle, I'm still a little uncomfortable with some of the language, like the managed retreat stuff. I want the project to go ahead and submit this to the Coastal Commission, and I know there'll be a lot of back and forth, but if I felt comfortable and I chose to abstain, not vote no, would that cause any problems?
Well, I mean,
It's still, it's a council majority. It's a,
moving forward. I mean, the only problem would be, I mean, there's no problem. It's just whatever the council chooses to do as a majority.
right.
So if you choose not to vote to certify the EIR, then, we'll have to see if there are, 3 other council members who choose to certify it.
Okay.
Then there's no implication, right?
Uh-huh.
So
Right.
I can't answer that question.
Okay. But a 4-to-1 vote wouldn't be seen badly in terms of not having a unified voice for moving the project forward.
I mean, to who, the person who would see the result would be the Coastal Commission. And I guess that would maybe beg the question from the Coastal Commission, why was there, a no vote? But, in terms of any other implications, I don't see any. I mean, not all votes need to be unanimous, and often they aren't, so.
But if you're asking the city manager, unanimous votes are always preferable.
I don't recall asking. I think that's why she asked me, though.
Yeah. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
I see 4 votes. Does that imply that
Yeah, so I
Councilmember
don't
Bowles is
want to do a,
abstaining?
I'm abstaining. I don't want to do a no vote, but I want to abstain. So thank you for humoring all my questions, and I hope they were helpful.
And for item number 14, as recommended, the motion by Councilmember Big Stick and second by Mayor Pro Tem Beckmeyer passes with a vote of 4-0, with Councilmember Bowles abstaining from the vote.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Roland. Thank you, David. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you, Roland. Thank you, Mr. Shires.
And Mike.
We are moving on.
Thank you, Stephanie.
To item 15, fiscal year 2024-25, proposed budget program options.
Thank you, council members. I'm going to actually forego my introductory comments and turn it directly over to Assistant City Manager Carter.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. I'll try to be brief given the late hour. So the item before you tonight is fiscal year 24-25 budget recommendations for the upcoming year. So today, we will briefly revisit the fiscal year 24-25 budget strategies, talk about staffing review and organizational capacity. We'll review budget recommendations, city managers' recommendations for the fiscal year 24-25 budget and how they impact the general fund, projected fund balance and reserves. And we will also discuss recommendations for the other funds. So you can see that we are nearly to the finishing line in our budget development process. So after we discussed our recommendations tonight, the last item, outstanding item in this process is your formal adoption of the budget, which will happen at the next budget meeting. Just very quick refresher on the budget process, on the modified budget, base budget methodology. So you may remember we took the current year's revised budget as you amended it at mid-year, and we built the base budget based on that budget at the current level of services. At the last meeting, we determined that we have about 700,000 surplus for the upcoming year, and this is after applying some budget strategies like budgeting for salary savings. And after that, we developed decision points or decision options for you for service changes for you to consider tonight, and they're all ranked by departments and also by the city manager. And tonight, we are presenting these options to you in two categories: ongoing options and one time. So during the earlier budget study sessions, Council discussed and approved the following 5 budget strategies. So today we just want to quickly revisit them. Strategy number 1, utilizing funding to augment professional staffing while minimizing general fund impact. So the strategy support goal number 1. Most of the city manager's recommendations kind of feed into the strategy. These recommendations presented in attachment 4, 5, and 6. And again, some recommendations include cost recovery from other funds, and as mentioned before, salary savings included as well. So we could fund the recommended enhancements. Strategy number 2 is addressing financial uncertainties related to vehicle license fee in lieu payment from the state. So this strategy supports goal number 1 as well. And you may remember that fiscal year 22-23 VLF in lieu backfill of nearly 1.5 million that is payable in the upcoming year was included in the base budget, but with a strong assumption that the backfill from the fund balance might be needed at the end of the year if the state fails to meet the obligations. So today we are really excited to share positive news and development that based on the new information, the VLF shortfall is included in fiscal year 24-25 state budget and expected to be finalized by June 15th. Again, we don't want to be overly optimistic before it happens, but again, it's a very good development and again, testament of all the collective efforts by the county jurisdictions in lobbying for this to happen.
I think the last time we were having this conversation, it was not necessarily such good news, so that's a big yay.
That's
and
huge.
The point's
yeah,
well
that's
taken.
huge
We have a week to
positive.
go to really celebrate, but just happy to have good news for a change on that front.
Exactly. Let's wait until next week to celebrate. Strategy number 3 is maintaining the status quo for annual funding for nonprofit organizations. Again, the strategy supports goal number 1. The council discussed this briefly in one of the previous study sessions, and today we are just seeking your confirmation of additional funding for these nonprofits. So the first 2, PRC and Pacific Beach Coalition, are funded on a permanent basis, so 100,000 and 10,000 respectively. And Fog Fest and Pride Coast were discussed at the previous budget meeting as well, when the council entertained the idea of funding them as a one-time funding at 25 and 5 respectively. So again, this is, we included it as a placeholder in the budget, but we want you to confirm today and give us final direction on how you want to allocate some of this ERA funds. Strategy 4 is related to capital improvement program funding and funding for infrastructure projects. And this strategy supports goals number 1 and number 2 as well. So the fiscal year 24-25 CIP budget was presented at the last council meeting, budget study session, I'm sorry, on May 13th. So right now we already have your direction related to the CIP, and staff is preparing the CIP budget document as we speak. And included in the strategy, we also discussed RFP for development impact fee, cost allocation plan, and master fee study session, that is also planned for the upcoming year, for the second half of the year, fiscal year 24-25. So this project is also included, but again, it will spill over in the following year based on the current work plan that we also presented to you before. And finally, strategy number 5, continue allocating the portion of access educational Revenue Augmentation Funding, also known as Access ERAF. So last year, the city manager recommended to split the remaining balance of Access ERAF funds after the NGO funding between two funds, with the half of it to go to Disaster Accounting Fund and another half to Housing in Lieu Fund, Fund 24. And following city attorney's recommendations, this year we created a new Housing Action Fund for the purpose of developing affordable housing programs. And the reason for this new fund is to avoid potential commingling of legally restricted development-based revenues in the Housing in Lieu Fund with unrestricted ERAF revenues. So that's why City Attorney recommended to create the new fund, which we did. It's Housing in Action Fund 21. So we transferred those previously allocated ERAF revenues into this fund, and these assets are now recorded in Fund 21. So again, we are looking for your confirmation that you want to continue with the policy of allocating half of the ERAF towards the affordable housing programs. And I want to spend just a few minutes talking about the staffing challenges and organizational capacity. On several occasions in the past, we reported challenging labor market condition for Bay Area. Again, this is not a unique issue to Pacifica, and it has a lot to do with the high cost of living in Bay Area in general. But Pacifica is not very competitive as other San Mateo County cities to attract top talent. And to help with this issue, last year the council approved the multi-year labor packages that were unprecedented for Pacifica, and included a multi-phased equity adjustment scale of targeted salary adjustments for all for additional 1 to 4%, depending on how far classification is below market. So the fiscal year 24-25 is the second year of the 2-year labor agreements. And unfortunately, low compensation is not the only challenge that we are facing, but we're also dealing with higher workload due to lower staffing capacity and staffing level throughout the organization. In the past, we reported to you that, well, in the past we referenced the study that was done a few years ago that showed that Pacifica is about 23% lower staffed than comparable agencies in the area. To help with this organizational capacity, again, the council already took some measures, approved the following position control changes to date since last year. So this is bullet number 2 on the slide. 7 positions were added last year in Finance, Police, PBNR, and Public Works departments, bringing the total FTE count to 193.25. In addition to that, 4 limited-term positions were converted to permanent in Admin Services, Police, and Planning Department. So that's a huge step to address this challenge. And since the labor agreements are closed for the upcoming year, the focus of the city manager is to fulfill council's goal of increasing organizational capacity for the upcoming year. So that's something you will see in recommendations kind of related to this challenge. And included in attachment 8 to your report, you will find an updated analysis of Pacifica's staffing as it stands today. And again, positive news, so the staffing level is no longer 23%, but it's still about 17% lower citywide than our peer cities. And this gap is especially evident in administrative services, police, and planning departments. But again, I want to highlight that nuanced difference in departmental structures and service provisions must be considered when you do this analysis. So it's really, really complex, and the purpose of the study was not a deep dive into those complexities. One of the reasons why we have a lower organizational capacity is because our general fund, unfortunately, is second lowest compared to all the peer cities that we've looked at. And again, the reason why we are talking about it now, because this kind of sets the stage why you will see recommendations that you will see for the upcoming budget. So that brings us to the city manager recommended options for general fund. And this slide shows only ongoing options for the upcoming year. The first item on the list is increase in net revenues. With the reopening of a community center programming after employees move back to the civic center, the net increase in revenues is anticipated about 30,000. Again, this is just a net positive change. Of course, well, as you will see on the budget form, it includes some expense and some additional revenues, and altogether it nets to positive change of 30,000. And the rest of the items here from 2 to 9 are expense categories. So that includes converting 2 overhire officer positions that you added at mid-year to permanent full-time police officer positions. We did not include any additional impact for the upcoming year because it's already included in the base budget, but here you essentially, by approving this, you will be making full commitment to fill these positions on a permanent basis and hopefully reduce some overtime and some scheduling issues that we have in the police department. Addition of the finance and administrative services director positions, so it's another recommendation that goes hand to hand with potential future reorganization and savings in finance and admin services. We have upcoming retirement of the HR manager, and again, the workload and the structure of the department requires some deeper analysis how we may want to structure this department in a better way. Adding assistant civil engineer in public works, so that's another recommendation for the upcoming year, and you will notice that general fund impact of this position is only 48,000 because position is allocated between different funds, including general fund, street maintenance, and general capital fund. The next item is not related to staffing. It's implementation of automated license plate reader program with the annual cost of about 45,000. And the other items are also related to staffing, so addition of the deputy community development director position. We built some, well, given the vacancy for the director level position, we built some additional vacancy, salary savings, I'm sorry, into this position, assuming that this position will be filled after the department head position is filled. So that's why you see only half of the fully burdened salary and benefit position projected for the upcoming year. Reinstating the crime prevention officer, also known as a community policing officer, and this position will be filled at the corporal level. Then the next item is adding 1 permanent full-time senior human resources analyst position, again with the upcoming retirement of the human resources manager. This is really a critical position to have in the department. And finally, converting 2 existing part-time support assistant positions in IT into the 1 full-time systems analyst position to address the workload and over 700 users that IT is managing right now, if you count all licenses and all accounts altogether. So these items, these are ongoing initiatives in the general fund. You can see on the top of the title, so altogether they equate to 694,000. And again, they're hitting against the 725 that they reported to you in the previous meeting as a structural deficit, surplus for the upcoming year. So now we are moving to one-time items and initiatives. On this list, for the one-time enhancements, you see municipal elections expense for the November 2024 election, 3-year limited term senior building maintenance specialist position in general fund, purchase of new handguns and rifles and in police department that to replace the current ones that are 16 years old. Interim staff and support and planning department, essentially to address upcoming leave of the existing staff, and local coastal land use plan, certification budget and planning department, additional legal budget for short-term rental ordinance update, and climate action plan update, which includes part-time program manager and consultant support in planning department as well. And continuing this list on the next slide, state law ordinance update in planning department. Again, this is legal costs associated with this. Contractual services to conduct a storm drain study to address flooding that occurs at the 600 block of Brighton Road. Weed abatement augmentation, so this are contractual services to address, again, service requests in Public Works Department. The next two, citywide professional development training program and in human resources, and wellness program in police department. So those programs are considered to be one time, but we want to highlight that we want to evaluate them to potentially include as ongoing programs in the future, assuming that they are successful. And finally, last but not least, is Pacifica Libraries Modernization Project outreach funding in City Clerk's office. So altogether, all these one-time projects are costed at about $947,000 and also included in the recommended budget. Now, if all these programs identified in this report are approved by you tonight, the general fund will project an adding surplus of about 1.15 million. And it's really important to know that the surplus is created by one-time debt service payment relief to the general fund that we reported last time. So this is a little bit misleading. So we don't really have a structural surplus, but this one time, that's how we actually able to fund this one-time projects and initiatives. And that's why it's very important that you look at your recommendations in two different buckets: what is ongoing and what is one time. And as you saw in the previous two slides, we're recommending using about $900,000 out of this $2 million relief that we identified in the debt service payments. And again, after factoring in all restricted reserves and operating contingencies, the ending undesignated general fund balance is projected at 10.5 million, 0.6, which is about 23% of the general fund operating expenditures. And this is slightly above the GFOA recommended reserve for government agencies of having no less than 2 months of regular general fund operating expenditures. So, which is, in our case, would be about 7.8 million. So the 10.6 million reserve represents slightly under 3 months of operating expenditures. So we are meeting this minimum guidelines, but again, the emphasis here is the minimum. So now, moving on to other funds. In other funds, you can see there's 5 options included and recommended fiscal year 24-25 budget. So the first one on the list is a project manager position in Public Works Wastewater Department. This position will be, the time for this position will be charged to already funded capital projects in sewer capital fund. So they will be, that's why this position is funded in sewer construction fund, Fund 34. The second item is adding part-time maintenance assistant position to the sewer operating fund. Again, that's about 30,000 ongoing recommended request. Also included, well, the next 3 are one-time, and this housing element program implementation, in-housing action fund, also allocation of towards the new vehicle replacement according to the replacement schedule in motor pool replacement fund. So this purchase is recommended to be paid out of fund balance in the fund. And finally, Civic Spark Fellow and Partnership in Base Cities, Base Future interns. So we are, again, allocating about 50,000 towards this, these programs. The city currently has 34 different funds that are combined in these categories. So the complete list of funds and fund balances included in attachment 7 in your report, but you can see kind of the condensed summary here before you. And with that, I just want to, again, highlight again that we are asking for you to provide input and direction of the upcoming, for the upcoming 24-25 budget recommendations. And once we hear your feedback, we'll bring it for you for formal adoption at the next meeting, together with the rest of the relevant resolutions, including master fee schedule and investment policy and things like that. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and your department heads are sitting in the back as well. Happy to provide any input of any budget recommendations.
Questions from council?
I don't have a question. I just want to, well, I do. I just want to verify what I think I heard. And I'm referring to packet page 697. The one-time service enhancements, that would, the proposed service enhancements, I guess there are 13 different ones, total 947,000 roughly. And that source of funds for that is the cost savings, I guess I would call it, from the investment. Is that what the source, the $2 million?
The $2 million well, savings are generated because we are not transferring funds from general fund to the debt service fund. So the proceeds and cash balances in the debt service funds can pay for the debt service this year. This is one-time deal, and this is only applicable to this year. So normally we would move this money to this fund. And since we don't have to do it this year, it allows us to fund some one-time projects.
One-time projects. And then the remaining 1.152 is our adjusted surplus.
Exactly. Remaining balance of this, which is, if you approve our recommendations as they stand, it will fall back to the fund balance of the general fund.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
Christine?
Just a few questions. Thank you, Yulia. The nonprofit discussion, I had asked the question of staff and they weren't sure and they said to ask council. Are Fog Fest and Pride officially nonprofits?
I know that FogFest is a 501c4. It's not a 501c3. I'm trying to remember what the designation is. It's a nonprofit, but it's under a different part of the IRS code for charitable. So they are working on obtaining 501c3, but right now they are 501c4, nonprofit organization.
Okay. Does that mean that, like, I know with other nonprofits, like their financials are all part of an IRS submittal at the end of the year and so forth, so all that's
Their
transparent?
990s are still posted, yeah.
Okay.
And searchable.
Okay, and I'm Sue Pride, but Pride is?
Coast Pride.
Yeah.
Coast Pride.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that what this should say?
It
Oh,
said Pride Coast, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And I know that we, had conversations about nonprofits before, and I'm happy to see a one-time allocation for Coast Pride. Maybe we should go to public comment, huh? I feel like I'm deliberating.
Oh.
Yeah, we can do that.
Well,
Okay.
it was a
Unless there's a
question.
clarification.
And related to that, as a nonprofit, they bring services to our city, and so I wanted to make sure that folks understand that they bring, they host high school groups here, they host older adult groups, mental health services, and SOGI trainings, and so they really are bringing services to our community, and so I'm happy to see this.
Great, so it's more than just about the parade.
It's not, yes,
Correct.
exactly.
Yeah, that's important for the community now. Okay. I'm pleased to see the Housing Action Fund set up and separate from the in lieu fees, which are really very different. Since this is a new fund, do we somehow need to define what the funds can be used for officially?
We do, and we will include this information in the budget, but from my understanding, based on the previous discussions, it's for development of affordable housing. So that's kind of the prime
But that
purpose of
could
the fund.
be a range of services, so, yeah.
Right, from fiscal perspective, so the purpose of the fund is to allocate funds that are guided by your policy discussion and separate from the legally restricted revenues. So that's, and as far as policy discussion, you have more flexibility or maximum flexibility how you want to use the funds.
Okay, yeah, I'm just wondering if we, somehow in your budget book that we have to define what, because if I remember right, and this is where I started really paying attention to this, was the Harmony One, now Ohlone Point project, had in lieu housing fees, but then those fees were used like to pay hard and some other planning things that weren't about building, actual building units. And so I think it's really important that we have a clear definition of what the different funds can be used for.
I would chime in to say that I don't think the council needs to define that now in this budget. There's something to be said for the council having flexibility about how the Housing Action Fund is used and making the decision on a case-by-case basis if you think it should be used for something or you don't think it should be used for a program when that recommendation were to come forward, as opposed to the housing in lieu fees, which is a development fee, which is more legally bound in its definition. So having that flexibility is good. I would say that if the council wanted to take that up and really specifically define it compared to the housing in lieu funds, that would be a separate conversation the council would need to have. We'd need to do some research, and the council could put some parameters around it, but it would be kind of a separate conversation.
Okay. And maybe it's not, I mean, I like the idea of the flexibility, as long as we know that, I mean, any money coming out of that fund would come to us, even if it's under your discretion. I don't know how that works, right? Where certain staff members can approve certain projects, or...
Right. Well, I mean, I think the general guidance that council has given that the housing action funds need to be used for development of affordable housing, or, the steps that relate to that development is probably sufficient. If there were any ambiguity about that, I'd probably want to bring it back to council for clarification.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then just to clarify, the in lieu fees really should be for actual construction, or can they be for other?
Those are more specifically defined, and I don't recall off the top of my head what. I mean, there is some flexibility there too, like some of the planning that's necessary for development of affordable housing. The in lieu fees can be used for that. I know that.
Okay.
But
Yeah, it doesn't have to be today, but I'd really like to understand that a little bit more. And then, Yuli, can you remind us how much of the budget is for this year is the 5% salary savings?
Just give me a very quick second. I'll tell you exactly. So the salary savings with the recommended options together, because we build salary savings to all the additional positions, is projected for 1.6 million. Your 5% policy recommendation was about 1.2 million.
Oh, I'm sorry. So we're upping that percentage?
Yeah,
this
we
year?
are
Did I miss
upping
that?
this up because all the new positions that are recommended in city manager's recommended budget include 25% default salary savings.
Oh, right. Okay. So it's,
Since we are not.
but that's just for this year.
Just for this year, yes.
Okay.
Because we, assuming that the positions are approved on July 1, it will take about 3 months to recruit, if we are lucky.
Right. Okay. So what I'm trying to understand, I mean, I appreciate your creativity and all this and finding this money for these new positions that, I mean, we'll deliberate later, but that I think are very necessary. My concern is what the impact is for next year and how much we're committing to, right? Because anyway, just looking at the forecast for next year, well, we have a projected deficit already in 2026. And for next year, 25-26, we only had a $77,000 overage. But it looks like we're adding, over $1 million in salaries. And I have a couple of specific questions here, but that will roll over to next year, right? So we're in trouble next year already by approving all these this year.
Well, not necessarily. So and that's why we included this slide for staffing review and organizational capacities. So we are trying to solve two very serious structural issues, right? So we are not as competitive as we should be, and we are lower staffed than what we should be, right? So we have more work for less compensation, and that's difficult problems to solve. So when we suggested building in 5% salary savings, the reality is that we are running 10-15% in any given time throughout the year. So that's why when we discussed it previously, we felt like 5% salary savings is prudent in the next few years at least, because we are not going to solve these structural issues overnight.
Right.
And as far as recommendations, so if you take 1.7 million that we're recommending on an ongoing basis, it's about 1.6% of the general fund expenditures. So we are pretty confident that in the normal scope of balancing the budget, we will be able to balance 1.6 million, even if some of our assumptions for revenue projections are off in the wrong way, right?
Okay.
So that's like relatively, it will give you a sense that it's less than 2%. That's what we're adding, essentially.
Okay, thank you. That makes me feel better. Okay.
Any more questions? Okay, I'm going to go out to the public. I see no one in the, okay, Remy, want to put in a card?
Hello, Ramy Tan, architect and resident of Pacific Manor. Just, reviewing the budget, it sounds like that, this is an ongoing problem in Pacifica as long as I've lived here, 27 years, that we don't have enough revenue coming in to support the needs and the staffing, infrastructure, issues. So hoping, in the, moving forward in the strategic plan that, the city council, works with the community and figure out what we can do to generate revenue. And over the years, I've heard about, the tourism, we've got a beautiful city, maybe, increasing the hotel revenue, transit occupancy taxes, and, encouraging the hotels to, upgrade and, so they can charge higher rates. And that might be one reason, one way we can bring additional tourism dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly, anyone else? Seeing no one in the audience, or is there anyone on the phone? There's no one on the phone, so I'm going to bring it back to council to deliberate. I'm in favor of the nonprofits. You asked that question. The 4 we indicated.
Yes, I am as well. And I really just want to commend you on a super creative and inadequate, I realize, for, looking at our staffing, but given the resources that you had to work with, I think that both of you, Assistant City Manager and City Manager, did a great job addressing some of the concerns that we raised about needing more capacity and planning. I appreciate seeing increased opportunities in public works and wastewater as well. I wish it could be more, but it is, given the constraints that we have, I think, an excellent proposal.
I'll echo both of those sentiments and say that I feel as though I'm breathing a little easier during this session than the last one we had. Assistant City Manager Carter, job well done, and I appreciate fully that you do this in coordination and harmony with the rest of the department heads. So to that, a kudos to the entire team, but thank you so much for the efforts and work you put in. And to Councilmember Beer's point, thank you for pointing out that the contribution to Coast Pride is not merely a charitable contribution, but actually they provide services to our city. And it would seem right to remunerate given the services that they do provide to our city.
Thank you for saying that. I can bring information about that, too, if you'd like to see what exactly those services are.
Maybe we could have a presentation.
Presentation.
Yeah, oh, that'd be really nice.
Yeah.
Good idea. Thank you, Yulia, for all of your work.
Yeah.
I'm in.
I got just a couple more questions and comments, but I think when we first talked about FogFest, I was hesitant to give that much money because we've already written off a fair bit of money last year too, but I know it's really a struggle right now with the reorganization and trying to figure it out. And it's really an important thing to our community. So I just want to say if you think it's needed, I'm okay with that. And of course, the others also. And it is a one-time, and I think if we consider this in the future, we might might think a little bit about how, if the city is involved as a sponsor, what the other benefits or how it works with our businesses or something else, right, as a full partner to it. But that's not the conversation for today. So.
I agree with your hesitation and regard this as seed money that hopefully we wouldn't have to discuss next year.
Right. One thing I asked, I know there's been really great feedback from the Climate Action group about Gabriel, the Civic Spark Fellow, and really wanting to keep him, I think, for another year. And I'm just a little concerned that we're not only funding him for half-time. Does that mean that he's only working for 6 more months, or that he's only paid to work part-time, and would he actually stay if that's all we were offering?
Councilmember
Or
Bolt.
maybe that's maybe that's not appropriate for me to be asking.
Well, before staff answers that, I wanted to point out that is 11:53.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And so I'll make a motion to extend to 12:20.
Okay, yeah, I don't have too much, yeah.
I'll second.
Please vote.
I think we'll finish by 12 maybe.
Did it get that late?
Motion made by Councilmember Big Stick to extend to 12:20, seconded by Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Beckmeyer, passes unanimously.
So I don't know if it's even appropriate for me to ask that question, because it's a particular staffing, so you can tell me if the answer is no. But
Well, what I would say is that the design of that is from a business need. That's the recommendation that the city wants and needs to keep that going forward, and it also matches the interests of the employee. But
okay.
I mean, in an ideal world, we would have enough to have a permanent position that continues on. But for now, in terms of implementation, completion of the climate action and adaptation plan, that's the business need that's necessary that I recommend for this next year.
Okay, and that's what he wanted to, so that's good to hear. And then I know we're taking up the STRs soon, and the budget for TOTs is about $3 million, and half of that's TOTs. So that's something, we're going to have to think about. But it gives me hope that you were saying that the salary things of about $1.5 million weren't too hard to absorb. So anyway, we're not deliberating on that now, but I just wanted to bring that up as a possible later change. And then, so this is the first year we're getting all the Measure Y, and I don't think we've gotten an update on the Measure Y committee. I was wondering if you could tell us how that's going and what their work is overseeing those funds.
We have a committee meeting scheduled, I believe it's next week. So we will update them on the last year's actuals and the development of the budget. So
okay. Do they have any input at all, or I mean, just making sure that we're like the goals that we stated as Measure Y are actually being fulfilled in the budget?
So the Measure Y committee does not provide input on the budget, on the policy decisions, so this is council's prerogative, but we will update them on how the money will be used for the general services. Okay. So essentially, we will tell them, update them on all the work that the council has done to date on this.
So I can make a motion if anybody doesn't have any other questions. Yeah, okay. Better find it.
Is a motion even required in this instance?
It's just, okay, all right. Well, thank you, and I appreciate, I mean, I know a lot of staff time has gone in to identify all these
Bef-
potential projects and enhancements. So-
I do have one more comment before we
Yeah.
wrap up. Just because I was paying attention to the last Planning Commission meeting, and so I fully expect, as per their robust conversation around that one plot of land that would inform the coastal trail by Taco Bell, if I understand, I imagine that we'll be asking some questions around that and would ask that staff be prepared to answer those questions when they arrive.
I agree with that.
That was because of budget relation.
Yeah, because of capital improvement budget.
Okay.
Okay.
Anyone else? Okay.
Do you have?
Sorry, you have something to say first.
No, I was saying.
Oh, thank God.
Did that gavel come with an adjournment?
Don't call me for 10 days.